we adjourn until Monday, October 6th at 7 o'clock, should we not complete our business, and to allow voting by raising hand instead of by standing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? All those are out of the way. Let's go over town meeting protocol. Actually, let's make sure on seating issues, town meeting members in these two sections only. Only town meeting members in these two sections. And residents, others, any place else they'd like to sit. Any town meeting member who's not in these two sections, I won't count their vote. Boy, am I an ornery son of a gun. I don't want to go looking for you. Yes? And when we get to speaking, hold the mic up so that the people in the booth can see which one is supposed to turn on. And then once it's, give them a couple seconds, and hold it right up close and speak into it directly. Let's get the gentleman a mic that works.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Roger Bell, Precinct 6. I have a question related to the printing of the article of the warrant itself. Over the years and all the time I've been here, up to the last two times, this book has been printed. After every warrant article, there were a number of boxes telling us whether the vote was a yes, no, postponed. It was a way to follow the article if you had a question later on as to how it was responded by this body, and they have disappeared off the warrant. And I want to find out why this is so and when can we get them back.
Mr. Denizio, could you look into that and let Mr. Bell know at some point when we can fix that problem? Thank you. When someone wishes to speak, everyone, as you know, must wait until you're recognized by the moderator. Then give name and precinct number. If you're a resident and you're recognized, name and address, please. Committees and boards, I always ask to speak through the chair unless someone else has been designated by the chair. And a couple other points that there are a number of people here tonight who are not always here. I want to make sure they understand how town meeting operates so we don't catch them unawares. But we have a certain level of decorum that we operate by. Principally, that means we treat everyone who's here and who speaks with respect. There will be no personal attacks on anyone or anything at that level. We give everyone here the proper respect. Discussions, comments, questions, all need to relate to the question that the warrant article is asking. We're not going off on side trips on things that are not directly related to the warrant article that's in front of us. Our bylaws require that when we get to the discussion of an article, that I must recognize town meeting members first who wish to speak. After town meeting members have all finished, I can then recognize residents or others who to speak. Should someone move the question while some people still are hoping to speak, what will happen then is the town meeting will take a vote on whether it wishes to end debate and vote on the question. If that passes, then that's what will happen. We will stop debate, even though there are people who are still wishing to speak. That is just the way this body operates. I have no leeway in adjusting that. I am going to run this meeting strictly by the book. This is too important a meeting for there be any question on how things are done. So I will not be allowing any wiggle room on our basic rules. So that's how, if someone moves the question and that passes, then we will move on to debate, even though there are people who wish to speak. That's just how this body operates. Okay. General articles. Article 1, reports of town officers and committees. Mr. Denizio, you wish to speak? The yellow mic down here.
Is it on? Sean, press the bottom.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Denizio, Town Administrator, for the administration's report. During Article 1, we're going to sort of back and forth. I'm going to start just to point out a couple of handouts that are at the back table based on some questions that were received since the warrants were mailed. And then the Assistant Town Administrator, Patrick Lawler, is going to have some slides just to go over some of the capital process that are related to Article 11. So 3 of the handouts at the out back come from some questions we received on Article 3. And what it is, it's a chart that of all the existing property tax exemption programs that exist in the town today, so that folks can see what those are and see what the requirements are for those, and depending on what happens with Article 3 and if there's an election on November 15th, what happens there, the finance team will be working with our elected folks to see if there's any more that makes sense for the town, or that if there's any changes we can make to the existing programs. Another handout back there is related to Article 11, which is about the capital planning process. There was an article submitted by Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson has accepted a friendly amendment to that. That is printed on the back for anybody that wants to see what that amendment is. And the last relates to water, and a lot of the questions we've had about both the water ban and potential zoning article number 12 with the capacity. So what relates to that. So you'll be able to see those up the back. That memo is from Brian White. That sort of addresses why we have the ban. The ban has to do, you'll see it in the memo, but it has to do with the capacity this summer was approaching what, the usage this summer was approaching what the capacity is for the town. So we had to activate an emergency connection to the MWRA. Most of you know that the MWRA project is going to add capacity to the town. However, we're not done with that yet. The final phase has started. Phase 2B is the final connection, and that's what's going to allow us to realize our full potential of 6-ish million gallons a day from the MSPA, and that coupled with Mill Pond would allow us to have plenty of capacity based on the usage today. And there's also some stats on why we have the water ban in place. So take a look at those, and I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Lawler to talk a little bit about the capital improvement plan and the process in the that we're trying to improve.
Thank you very much, Patrick Lawler, Assistant Town Administrator, and thank you for having me here tonight. So we're going to talk a little bit about the capital improvement program process and funding plan update that is related to some another article later on tonight, but also just a general update based on some wishes from a prior town meeting to have an update at this portion related to our capital improvement program. So as the slides are coming up, I'll talk to you a little bit about the agenda for this evening on this particular update. We'll talk about an advisory group that was composed and brought together after the last town meeting. We'll talk generally about the goals of a capital improvement program, and then developing a methodology for funding capital, and then our next steps in this process. So you can move to 2 more slides, please.
Hold on.
Well, that's a nice background. I'll continue to talk on the next slide and we'll catch up. So since the May town meeting, the Town Administrators Capital Working Group, which is an advisory group, was assembled, and the idea behind that was developing a framework for the administration of a long-range capital improvement program. And that group included members of town administration, school administration, members from Ways and Means, the Capital Budget Committee, and then staff representatives from Public Works, Recreation, and Finance. And the focus of this group and the feedback that we received in this group was really the development of a multi-year balanced capital plan. And when I say balanced capital plan, we can look at the out years and over the next 5 years and see what projects could actually be funded and what projects are fitting within, God bless you, which projects are actually fitting in a funding plan, and not necessarily just a sort of a wish list of potential projects in these future years. This will really help us to have a long-range financial plan, and all of this integrated within that long-range financial plan. And so as we think about what the goals of a capital improvement program are generally, we're talking about meeting the long-term maintenance and infrastructure and equipment needs of the town through what we'll consider a consistent, predictable, and programmed funding source. So we'll look at a variety of funding sources, and I think that one of the elements we've been bringing to this group is how do we build that over a consensus building process, from departments to boards and committees to engagement with this body on understanding what the departmental needs are, understanding what the community desires are, and how do we blend that into a sustainable and predictable plan that we can all wrap our arms around and feel good about and bring forward to town meeting on an annual basis. One of the other elements of the plan is something that we'll hear a lot more about over the next several months, and that's shifting the water and sewer capital improvement expenses to an enterprise fund or enterprise funds in order to capture those costs of the improvements through the ratepayers or user fees. There's a lot more to be discussed about this. We're working with Ways and Means subcommittees, the finance team, and Public Works to talk about the impacts of that, the impacts of phasing that in over a several-year process, any rate implications, and fitting it into a 5-year rate plan, or at least a 5-year rate plan. All of this, the capital improvement program, the long-range, the water and sewer enterprise plan, is all about bringing it all through a long-range plan overall for the entire town. So when we think about this methodology, we are not set in stone at this point for the methodology, and I don't think it's going to be necessarily a dramatic shift in what the town has been doing over the last several years. But as I mentioned earlier, the focus will be on consensus building and how do we develop those diversity of funding sources to accomplish as much or as more as we can when we're talking about our capital expenses. So we're talking about a variety of funding sources, from debt service. What projects are we borrowing for and putting on a debt schedule? What are we paying out of the operating budget through what I call cash capital? What are we paying from free cash? Or what are their dedicated funding sources that we can use? And then we have to also recognize that things may come up that may divert us from the plan that we as a community can decide upon these generational projects or strategic initiatives that are brought upon us that we need to plan for and be flexible, and that will also have a place in the plan as well. So finally, thinking about our next steps, we sort of laid out a tentative calendar of events here over the next several months to bring us to the May town meeting. So over the next several weeks, the administration will finalize our version of the projected funding plan for capital, as well as the operating budget for the next fiscal year. In that time, departments are going to be working on submitting their requests to the administration. We will convene as school and town department leaders on a capital budget meeting together to talk about prioritizing those requests, thinking about what the next 5 years looks like for requests. And then we'll start to meet individually with those departments through sort of department budget meetings internally, which will bring us to February, where we'll recommend our capital and operating budget for FY27. All of this, as I said, normal course of business. In mid-February, Ways and Means will begin their budget hearings, the public budget hearings that engage really in the budget process through the governance structure. And then at the May annual town meeting, we'll have an operating and capital budget presentation that will really be supportive of what's being asked before town meeting with Article 11 and the amendment that has been accepted there, and to give a little bit more detail into both the operating and capital budget at that time. And that's all I have for this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes, Government Review Committee, and then we'll go to Mr. Foss after her.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, everyone. It's hard to believe that it's September when it was north of 75 degrees today, but here we are, September town meeting. And in thinking about my presentation to you all tonight, I was flashed back on September's long past when I had to share with my colleagues what I did this summer. Well, summer 2025 was quite different from what I had imagined. In June, 11 Burlington residents, of which I was one, were called together to create the Burlington Government Review Committee. I don't think any of us totally understood what this would entail, but we jumped in with enthusiasm. I've been asked by some as to why this committee was formed. Well, this is not the first time we've had a committee that was established to review how our town operates. As some of you may recall, that in 2018, a group of people were convened to talk about how the town operated and came up with 5 recommendations. First, they suggested that there were opportunities to look further into what positions are elected or appointed, to take a look at whether we should have a town manager or a town administrator, to look at the reporting structure internally, to improve communications both internally and externally, and to involve an independent third party in the process of doing this, because it needs to be comprehensive and it's very complex. So on June 23rd, the Select Board convened the first meeting. Our mission as a committee, as you can see here, is to ensure that our town structure is appropriate, accountable, effective, and make recommendations to both the Select Board and to you on town meeting for change. To accomplish this, we've been given 6 specific tasks. This first starts with the process. A process that is thorough, seeks out input, and benchmarks best practice in similar communities. We're going to produce a charter for the town, and while we're at it, review our bylaws, consider new provisions such as recall and referendums, and look at the town administrator role. And when we're through, we're going to write a proposed charter and recommend bylaw changes, which delineates changes in both structure and policy. So what are we doing? We're going to take a very deep dive on how we operate in Burlington. We're going to look at how efficient and effective we are in terms of the form of government that we have and the processes that we use. We're going to engage stakeholders, the people who are actually involved in the functioning of the government, whether they be employees, town meeting members, committee members, to find out what's working and not. We're going to bench models of government in competitive and comparable communities, again, to see what other folks are doing and learn by their best practice. We're going to identify the strengths and weaknesses that we have in our current structure. We're going to facilitate public engagement throughout this entire process. And at the end of the day, we're going to develop a charter and bylaw changes that reflect our recommendations. Before we go any further, let me just take a minute to talk about a charter, because I think that's a new concept for many, certainly was for me and others on our committee. According to Mass law, and you can read this for yourself, but it basically says it's a written instrument which defines the structure and distributes powers and duties, etc. In other words, we'll have one document which will identify how our town is structured and how we operate, and we'll have bylaws where it seems to make sense to do so. Obviously, this is a complex undertaking, which is why the town has engaged with a consulting partner through the Collins Center for Public Management at UMass. This is a group that works with a number of different towns in the state and is very familiar with this process. We're going to, through this process, we've begun to identify areas of opportunity, first by understanding kind of what's happening today, what the current bylaws are, what the special acts are that would affect it. We're taking a look at the organizational structure. We need to evaluate what's working and what's not through, as I mentioned, the stakeholder interviews that have already started. We are also going to do a community survey. And finally, we will benchmark best practices in comparable towns. Once we define these components, we need to identify the strengths and weaknesses in Burlington's current structure and process, and recommend changes where it seems to make sense, which we'll put into the report to present for approval first by the Select Board and then by you on town meeting. Throughout this process, we are committed to being transparent, as well as encourage public engagement. Some of you have already watched our meetings on BCAT, and they're all available there, plus they're on WebEx as well. We've established a subcommittee to execute a communications strategy and to develop one, which includes things like a website for communications and to share information that we have put together as a committee. Interactive communications as well, so that we can hear from you and people in the community. We're going to be updating social media, and then there are other plans in process as I speak. As I mentioned, very important part of this is a community survey, which is something that has been done with other communities. We're looking at some of those that they've been done and entertaining some ideas of how we can have one for us, and as well as listening sessions. So, sounds like a lot? Well, it is, and it's going to take around 12 to 18 months for this project to happen. And if you look at this kind of very general time frame, we do have a detailed project plan, but this is kind of the highlights of it. We're taking certain topics. For example, as you can see here in September, town meeting was a topic that we have been discussing. Everything from how many meetings we have, how many precincts, how many people in a precinct, what the town moderator is, what the job is, how long they're elected for, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to go through each function of the government, as you can see here, ending up with administration. We're going to get public input, as you can see on the third line down, through the process. And because we're going to be getting public input in different timeframes, we're going to learn something we know. Maybe we'll learn something in December that has to do with town meetings. So there are always going to be checkpoints so we can go back to those areas and make sure that whatever it is we've learned, that we can incorporate it into what will ultimately be our final recommendation. Our goal is to have recommendations to the select board, and so that we could come back to this body in January of 2027 with our recommendations. As I mentioned before, this is a complex and multifaceted project. In order to make it happen, there is a team representing differing parts of our town who've been meeting 2 times a month, plus subcommittee meetings, since we convened in June. We come from different backgrounds, have varying degrees of experience in town government, but all engaged and are excited about our tasks. So a huge shout out to our team, Corey Everett, Jack Kelly, Nikki Cadillac, Steve Mahoney, Russell Miner, Myrna Saltman, Bill Byer, who should be on this slide, and my vice chair, Jess Sutherland. But we have 2 alternate positions that are open, so this is my commercial here. If anybody has a neighbor, a friend, or knows someone who would be interested in joining us, please let me know or Patrick Lawler know. Thank you, and remember, you are always welcome to attend our meetings, either in person or via WebEx. And if you missed that, be sure to watch us on BCAT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Mr. Foss for the Human Services Committee.
Pardon me, I don't usually use PowerPoint. I'm a slides guy. Slideshow? Mm-hmm. Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Ms. Priest and your staff for helping me set up. My name is Carl Foss, Precinct 5. I'm also the chair of the Human Services Committee. For those of you who forgot, or anyone that is new, here's a little bit about what we do. We try to focus on human service programs in Burlington, as well as the region, and improve their availability and accessibility for town residents. Some of those human services include financial assistance, housing, food, counseling, but is not limited to that list. There's many other things going on in town, and we try to spread awareness and ease access for anyone that needs help in any way. Some of the things we do include interface with various town boards and committees. These might include Youth and Family Services, Council on Aging, Veterans, Disability, Housing, Police, Fire, and many others. We coordinate and try to propose different programs, bring recommendations back to this body for review and, if necessary, approval. Some of the things that we've been doing, I think I addressed this body a year ago, and some of the things that we've been working on include a proposed human services coordinator position. This is something that many neighboring towns have to varying degrees. Arlington, for example, has a full-time director position. Billerica has a part-time, more of a coordinator position. And so we have been having ongoing discussions with a lot of the boards that are involved in this area, as well as town administration. And these are still in the very preliminary stage. We have developed we like to call it a living job description. And when I say living, it's because at this point in the process, it's very fluid. And what we're going to be doing is sharing this job description around, gathering feedback, and making edits and changes as needed based on that feedback. We are going to be looking for feedback from members of town meeting, so look in email. But if you do want to get in touch with us, we have created a Gmail address, burlingtonhumanservices@gmail.com. We hope to come back in January, but if the process continues to go slowly as it has, it may be in May for some kind of approval for this position. The other thing that we have been working on is a resource guide. This is something that many other neighboring communities have. It includes town-based services, but also regional and state services. And this is something that we hope to distribute to all residents. We are investigating the printing costs and distribution costs to send either the full guide or an abbreviated version. We would certainly like to put it on the town website. And we're aware that the information is, in many cases, already there, but as many of us have experienced, sometimes the website can be a challenge to navigate, so we're trying to make it kind of a one-stop shop. And it should be ready for publication within the next couple of months. Again, here is our email address. If anyone would like to get in touch with us, please feel free. Just like a year ago, we are in need of a couple more members to round out our committee. We meet once a month. It's on WebEx, very convenient. We would like to describe ourselves as a casual, collaborative committee, CCC. It's not a heavy lift. We're not one of the more high-profile committees. We are not looking for a huge commitment. It's not a ton of work. There is a little bit of work, but not a huge amount. I think everyone could handle it if you're interested. And we're encouraging everyone to join and help your fellow humans. One more time, there's our email address. Mr. Moderator, did I make it in time? Did I keep it short enough?
Close.
Close. I'll take it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Okay. Article 2, annual town election. It's been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means Committee to see if the town will vote to set the annual town election for April 11th, 2026, would act in any other manner in relation thereto. Do you wish to say anything? Is there anything to be said on this? Any discussion? Shall we vote on it? All those in favor? Opposed? The calendar for the town election is now set. Let's move on to Article 3. Yes, Ms. Saltman, there's 109 people here. There's 109 people here out of 126. Article 3 has been moved and seconded by the Ways and Means Committee to see if the town will appropriate money for a new high school. The article is as written in the warrant with one minor change. The number is $333,269,880. Now I expect we will hear from the Building Committee.
You ready? Thank you. For those of you, some of you know me, Catherine Bond. I am a school committee member and chair of the high school building committee. Thank you all for being here this evening. Back in May of 2025, I shared with you that the Burlington High School Building Committee had unanimously selected AR8, an addition renovation project, as our preferred option for addressing the needs of Burlington High School. Tonight, we have a short informational video that outlines how we got here and what the proposed project looks like. After the video, I'll share a brief update before we move into our presentation and open the floor for your questions.
You may have heard that Burlington has developed plans for a renovation and addition to Burlington High School. The project's school building committee used public feedback to work with a project team consisting of an owner's project manager and architectural team to select this project plan from several options it evaluated. The plan will now go before town meeting in September for approval, then to Burlington voters for the approval of a debt exclusion to pay for the project. In this video, we'll describe the process we used to develop this renovation and addition plan and how it fits into the greater public facilities needs of our town. We'll show you the existing conditions of Burlington High School, how they limit instruction, especially in science, and how simply repairing its aging systems and antiquated design could cost as much as, if not more than, a renovation and addition. We'll detail the different design options the school building committee evaluated and why it chose the renovation and addition plan. We'll break down the project scope and budget of the project and introduce how using a construction manager at risk can increase project speed and protect Burlington from cost overruns. And we'll outline the finances of the project, a temporary debt exclusion, including the tax impact, and explain what a yes and no vote means in the November special election. The renovation and addition to Burlington High School followed a process that may be familiar to many residents in town, but with one key difference. It's called the MSBA process, a state program that offers grant money to help pay for the construction of public schools. In fact, the MSBA contributed nearly $31 million in state funds to help pay for the new Fox Hill Elementary School that our voters approved in 2024. But in the case of Burlington High School, this project has not been accepted into the MSBA program and is not eligible for state grants. The MSBA program is highly competitive, admitting about 15% of projects who apply each year, and it's committed to an equitable distribution of state funds throughout the Commonwealth. With Fox Hill successfully moving through the MSBA process, it may have been years for Burlington to be accepted back into the program for a high school project. And with a comprehensive master plan, 10-year capital improvement plan, and little undeveloped space, Burlington's town leaders believe our significant facilities needs require constant planning and attention. So why did Burlington elect to follow the MSBA process without any reward of state funding? The MSBA process is predictable and proven. It's been successfully implemented on countless projects across the Commonwealth since 2004, with dedicated modules to protect against project, budget, and deadline overruns. It's also uniform. By adhering to a rigorous set of standards, the MSBA process keeps projects confined to the best practices in construction, from efficiency to sustainability. And it has accountability. This comes from using an owner's project manager, engaging the public at key points for input and feedback, and an educational plan to evaluate and score projects objectively. Burlington formed a school building committee to evaluate repairing, replacing, or renovating Burlington High School because the current building has reached the end of its useful life. The existing Burlington High opened in 1971 and is now in its 6th decade of service. While the high school's enrollment has remained steady in recent years, the building cannot deliver the educational program, student services, and supports our community would expect from a 21st century education. It was also opened before the enactment of the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990, and while many updates to the building provide access, it is still well below today's accessibility standards. Most critically, most of the original systems in the building are in need of replacement. These are things like the mechanical, electrical, and fire protection systems. While Burlington's facilities department does incredible work keeping the building in good working condition, the upgrade and replacement of these systems would not only be expensive, but threaten a cascade of other required updates. That's because the significant cost of system upgrades would likely require Burlington to bring the entire building up to existing accessibility and fire code, an entire retrofit of the building, and an entire new building-wide automatic sprinkler system. In fact, using experts, our school building committee estimated the cost of repairing the existing building and bringing it up to code at $330 million, without any updates and enhancements to educational programming. The school building committee evaluated 6 viable options with its project team before selecting its preferred solution to renovate and add on to the existing Burlington High School. This included only doing the base repairs and code updates to the existing building at a cost of $330 million, 3 new construction options ranging from $321 to $346 million, each of which would have required taking over key areas of the current school site, from the student parking lot to the varsity athletic field, and 2 addition and renovation options. A smaller 3-story renovation addition that would take longer, 48 months, to complete and cost $319 million, and a larger 4-story renovation addition that would take 42 months to complete at $334 million. The school building committee selected this larger renovation addition plan as its preferred option because of the additional space it would provide for educational programming while preserving the existing gymnasiums, and its minimal disruption to school and surrounding facilities during construction. If approved, the project would be done in phases, the first of which completes a new 4-story academic wing, allowing students to move into the new space in under 2 years. The next phase may run after or concurrent to the first phase and includes renovating the auditorium, music wing, gymnasiums, and demolishing the vacated academic space. The final building will include a new grand entry, main office, bus loop and drop-off, and staff parking. In the final phase, the new high school configuration would be complete, while the remaining portion of the old building would be renovated into a new Center for Education, which will include resources for the entire community, including Burlington Early Childhood Center, Burlington Community Access Television, Robotics, Science Center, BTech, Area 123, and family resources housed in a new district central office. Here's the project scope and budget for the renovation and addition of Burlington High School. The current project budget estimates to $334.8 million. This includes construction costs, demolition of portions of the existing building, and careful contingency budgeting. Because Burlington will support the entire cost of the project, if approved, the school building committee elected to hire a construction manager at risk, selecting Consigli for the project. Consigli Construction is a 5th-generation, family-led construction firm headquartered in Milford. K-12 construction is Consigli's primary market. Recently, this includes Stoneham High School, Waltham High School, and, drawing a lot of similarities to BHS, Arlington High School, which also included 4 phases of construction on an occupied high school campus. Consigli's pre-construction effort over the next year and a half will be led by Christy Lyons, pre-construction executive. Christy is a product of Burlington Public Schools and a proud 2005 graduate of Burlington High School. Christy brings her experience of planning and building over a dozen K-12 schools and her knowledge of BPS and BHS to ensure predictable outcomes for the town of Burlington. Using a construction manager at risk, or CMR, brings a number of other benefits. Most importantly, the construction contract is done with a guaranteed maximum price, meaning costs cannot be exceeded. The project can also be done faster and more efficiently, as the CMR joins the project team earlier in the process, gaining insight into the design of the building to save time on scheduling and phasing. And the project becomes more transparent, as the CMR opens its budget book to be accountable to Burlington and its project manager about all costs. While Burlington enjoys a broad tax base and has been able to approve many recent facilities improvements through excess tax levy, the renovation and addition of Burlington High School will require voters' approval of a debt exclusion to move forward. A debt exclusion is a temporary tax increase that expires once the high school project is paid off. Burlington plans to finance the debt exclusion with a 25-year bond, using a conservative interest rate of 5%, which rises incrementally until the end of the project, reaching about $1,185 of additional property taxes on a $780,000 home, the average single-family assessed home in Burlington. To move forward, the debt exclusion requires a simple majority of votes in the special election on November 15th. If it does pass, the high school renovation project will go through final design, then phased construction, with the goal of completing all building additions and renovations by fall of 2029. If the debt exclusion is not approved, Burlington will still have to address the building's aging systems and the code updates these upgrades would likely trigger at an estimated cost of $330 million. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining the aging high school would continue to rise while lacking the new program space to provide a 21st century education to our students. And, in many cases, the repair and updates to code over a longer timeline with capital improvement money can often approach or even exceed the project cost of Burlington's proposed renovation and addition. We've compiled every document, project detail, public meeting, and cost estimate on a dedicated project website. You can find all of it at bhsbuildingproject.com. And all archived public meetings on the Burlington Community Access television page listed on your screen.
Just going to open up the, all right. So first and foremost, I want to thank town meeting for your ongoing support on this important initiative. 2+ years ago, you recognized the pressing needs of our high school and have voted to appropriate $1.5 million to fund a comprehensive feasibility study. That study is now complete, and we are here tonight to share the results and a path forward. Our current building, while it has served us well over the past decades, no longer meets the demands of modern education. Some parts of the facility simply cannot be updated to today's educational building standards. It's time to move forward. Thanks to the work of the dedicated building committee, made up of educators, community members, and town officials, as well as our talented partners, Doran Whittier and Tappe Architects, we are proud to present AR8. We had a very diverse group of stakeholders, and thanks to Tappe Architects' exceptional listening skills and creative design approach, we now have a design that far exceeds what any of us imagined possible. The addition renovation plan preserves and updates significant portions of our existing building while creating a new academic wing that meets the needs of today's students and tomorrow's learners. AR8 creates a safer, more functional, and inspiring campus, addresses critical traffic circulation issues, and provides restrooms and a concession stand at the football field. The plan incorporates input from a broad range of residents with diverse perspectives, including abutters Joanne Fristacci, Millie Nash, Bob Young, and Sharon Laurie. Apologize for other people that showed up and I missed your names, but they were the most active ones, who participated in meetings and community forums. The contributions helped us shape a design that is thoughtful, efficient, cost-conscious, and forward-looking. Through careful analysis with the Select Board and Ways and Means and other town committees, it has been determined that the debt exclusion will be required to fund this project. Together, we've outlined a path forward to hopefully bring this project to voters. Let me be clear, the time to move forward is now. Delaying the project will have real consequences. Construction costs are increasing at a rate of 5% per year. Any pause could disrupt our building process and signal uncertainty to our contractors. A delay would require a new building schedule and push back the opening of the new academic wing. Additional funding would be required to keep the same team together, Doran Whittier, Tappe Architects, and Consigli. After 10+ years of not being able to secure support and funding from the state, town meeting supported the feasibility study, and we're closer than ever to making this important project a reality. Attempting only partial renovations or piecemeal upgrades could trigger costly code compliance issues due to regulations requiring modernization if repairs exceed 1/3 of the building's assessed value. Further delay risks forcing emergency repairs without long-term planning, leading to greater disruption, such as relocating students to portable classrooms while failing to deliver educational upgrades at a price close to the cost of AR8, our proactive solution. In closing, as chair of the Burlington High School Building Committee, I again want to express a deep appreciation to town meeting for funding the feasibility study. I would also like to thank the dedicated members of our committee, our educators, our students, and the many residents who have participated in this process. This project, a balanced and visionary addition renovation, will serve Burlington for generations to come. This is a decision for Burlington's future. Thank you. We'll now begin our presentation and then open the floor for your questions. I don't know how to advance your PDF. Or just roll it? Or is there a way to, oh, a full screen. There you go. All right. So we talked about some of the accessibility upgrades reported, and I would like to have, if we can have some of our actually did my speech. I was supposed to have this slide up. If we can go ahead and have Eric. We're going to go to the next slide. It's advancing more than one at a time. All right. Come on up.
Thank you. Again, we're just going to rehash some of what you've seen in the video. I just want to do this very quickly. On the far left, the mechanical systems are at the end of their really their usable life. We are continuing to repair them. You've seen warrant articles to retube the boilers, and you're going to continue to see those type of warrants moving forward. They are inefficient, and if there's a failure, the cost, again, of replacing the HVAC system on a 360,000 square foot building would trigger all the code compliance that you would see in the middle slide. The building is not ADA, it was constructed before the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's not completely accessible, does not meet code. Part of the expense of a straight renovation is just bringing the building up to code. So where you're sitting, the auditorium is, again, a wonderful auditorium. It's been maintained well, but the pitch of the floor does not meet ADA standards. So renovating this space, which is part of the plan, would require changing the pitch of the floor so that anyone can access the theater moving forward. So that would be an example. The hallways, when you walk in the main streets, they're called here. Again, the slopes of the main streets don't meet the codes as well, so the entire building would need to be brought up to code, and that also includes a sprinkler system and other pieces. What made AR8 attractive to us, again, is the problem areas of the building, which are really the middle parts of the building where there's multiple stories. That gets torn down and replaced again with the new facility. Some of the classrooms, it's important to note that our science labs are non-functioning at this point, so the fume hoods aren't working. There's no chemical waste ability in the science rooms. The equipment and the desks are they're stationary, they don't move. There's not project area space that's there, and so those classrooms are insufficient now and not really ready for our students to do their best work. Also to note, only half the classrooms in this building have windows for outside light, and that's really a proven factor that is really important in students' education. Any classroom that's on the first floor, I don't think there's any classrooms that have windows on the first floor. So Catherine moved up the slide. I think we wanted to show you an aerial view, and the box is the part of the building that is going to come down. There's multiple roof elevations, multiple floor elevations, and that really causes the bulk of the challenges that we face. The nightmare scenario for me is if we don't move forward with this plan and we do have a systems failure, the expense is going to be just as great, and it is very expensive. Please, we recognize that. But it'll take much longer. We won't have any space to move the students into, so potentially could add 2 years of disruption to the process, and then we would end up with a building that has updated systems and meets ADA compliance, but wasn't well designed for 21st century education to begin with. So again, I don't really see, in looking at all these options, that renovation was beneficial, and doing a renovation by emergency would even be less beneficial. So I'm not sure what slide we're on now.
This is the third one.
The third slide now is, again, with I have a
Pointer.
sophisticated laser pointer. Student parking lot, Cambridge Street is out that way. This is the front part of the building that you drive into. So the fort sticking out the front, and it's going to be the new classroom wing. And then part of the phasing is to construct that part of it first, then move the students out of the middle area, move them into their new classroom wing, and then, again, tear down the problem areas of the building that are the multi-level areas in the middle. We would renovate the gymnasiums and renovate the auditorium, the large spaces, and then create additional parking where the spaces were, and then the educational programming space that we're tearing down. Some of that has to be will be replaced in the renovated building to the very top, and that's where the current cafeteria is, that's where the current central office is, that's where BCAT is, that's where the maintenance office is. So we're actually tearing down our early childhood center, our preschool, and then we would move our preschool to where the arrow is at that point. We're also eliminating a lot of common spaces, the libraries, as you know them, the libraries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The libraries in the current building will be torn down, and so we have to replicate that space. So again, we're planning on robotics. We have our early childhood high school program. We have our careers pathways program. We have our alternative day school, all in the part of the high school that's being torn down. And we feel like we can renovate that space and move those programs up into existing buildings, which will have a positive financial impact on the overall project. Because we're using that space now, we either need to account for that space in the new construction or account for that program space in some of the existing construction space that we have. So, I think this is just another view. Sunset is back this way. Again, the profile of the building from the abutter's perspective doesn't really change from the backside. This is existing. This would be the Center for Education. Again, central office, preschool, maintenance, BCAT, science center. And again, we'd have to move some of the programs that we're tearing down into this building. Again, robotics, the high school early childhood program, our alternative day program, and our pathways programs, which are going to, again, currently take place in the area that we're taking down. Again, the gym is over on the left side. There is a general slope to the property, so from right to left, there's a slope. So if you look at the two academic wings, if you see the two new academic wings that are moving out front, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I mess up, Chris, any of your design, the wing on the right is 3 stories, and the wing on the left is 4 stories. And so the wing on the left, the 4 stories, really allows us to have a great community space because we're moving the cafeteria to the ground floor of that space. So there'll be a lot of large areas for again, the gymnasiums and the cafeteria will all be connected. So where it requires opening up the entire building now and have people sort of walking through the entire building, we'll be able to have more of a community space, which we had discussed the importance of when we had looked at Fox Hill. And I know you all want to get into the financing of this, so Mr. Davison, I think it's going to be your section next, and we'll gladly answer questions about the design certainly at the conclusion of the presentation. We are very excited about this design. We feel like it meets all of our educational needs that we currently exist and will provide a amazing opportunity for our talented educators and students, again, for the next 50 or 60 years. So again, really happy with the result of all the work that occurred over the last 2 years. Mr. Davison.
Mr. Davison.
Thanks.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Doug Davison. I am the Ways and Means representative on the building committee, and so I get the pleasure of talking to you about the cost, not the pretty buildings. When I joined the committee as the representative from Ways and Means, I joined it from a different perspective, and I'll tell you that it was not about a shiny new building. It wasn't about anything to be proud of. It was about solving a problem. I think we know the problem exists. I don't think I've heard any arguments that it doesn't. The question is just, how do we solve the problem? I went into it assuming that we would renovate this building. And even though it's ugly, it would be the cheapest, the most economical approach for the town and for the taxpayers. And so I walked into those first several meetings expecting that as the outcome, or at least that's what I was going to fight for. I thought maybe we would put some windows in and a new facade and, put some lipstick on the pig and move along. As we got more and more information, it became clear that that wasn't necessarily the best way to do this. So the problem, I think, has been defined. It's a imminent failure of mechanical systems, electrical, plumbing, HVAC. We have a building that has been here almost 60 years, and the walls of this building would last another 60. The engineers told us that, there's no doubt. The problem is the insides won't last another 60. They need to be replaced now, and whether we like it or not, state building regulations are going to require us to bring the current building up to code. So we didn't come to the body without considerable preparation. We've spent more than 2 years and $1.5 million on hiring experts, architects, engineers, electricians, plumbers, independent cost estimators, and others. From those experts, we started with as many as 15 options, narrowed it down to 5 or 6 feasible, and then came to an agreement. In the end, we voted on this solution unanimously. I will say that the option of renovating the building and not adding anything new was cheaper. It was, as you saw, $330 million. But while we would have all new mechanicals that would last another 60 years if well maintained, and it would be accessible, it would not have more windows, it would not have new science labs, the preschool would still be undersized and would still be in high school classrooms not made for little people. And that project would take 4 or more years to complete and require that the entire student body be moved to an alternate location that we would have to find and retrofit, or moved into portable buildings somewhere on the campus. Not exactly sure where that would be. Probably the student parking lot, which would eliminate student parking lots. So in addition to the cost, the feasibility and the disruption to students were a bigger impact than I certainly anticipated. So whether it's, I don't know, reasonable or not, I really look at it like for $5 million more, this is what we get. And so those are the plans you just saw. A facility designed to be accessible instead of retrofitted for accessibility. Mechanical systems designed for function as opposed to fitting into existing space, and using the current best practices for safety and security. And then finally, functional science labs that are designed to today's educational standards. I've talked to a lot of you. I've talked to people in this room that told me that they talked to a commercial builder who says it can be done cheaper. My question is, how many high schools has that builder built in Massachusetts? Because it's a different animal. The analogy that came to mind was, if I brought in the world's top cardiovascular surgeon and introduced him, no one in this room would say, hey, would you operate on my brain? So regardless of how accomplished a commercial builder may be, or an engineer may be, they may not be accomplished in building a school in Massachusetts, which is another animal. I heard concerns just recently about Stoneham High School and the fact that we hired Consigli as our construction manager. Stoneham High School was just dedicated on Saturday, and it was not without cost overruns and delays in the project, and it looks bad from that standpoint. However, I spoke with a member of the building committee and a school committee member over the weekend and said, okay, would you mind sharing with me what happened? And the truth is, Stoneham High School, they started the project before COVID and at the very beginning of COVID. their feasibility study did not include any of the cost increases to building, the supply chain problems, all of the things that we all saw with COVID. They had significant trouble with the architect, which is not Consigli. But when I asked about Consigli, I was told that they had not a single complaint. They always felt like they worked as a partner and that they went above and beyond to try to solve some of the problems that were unforeseen, to try to keep it on schedule, to try to keep it as close to budget as they could. So they said over and over, Consigli felt like a partner in the project, not an outsider. So I felt better about that. If we vote this down tonight, we still have the same problem. We still have failing mechanicals, and that has to be addressed. It's going to be much better if we address it before they fail than after. There is a cost escalation. The accepted cost escalation would be 5% annually. If you think that's high, you can cut it in half, say 2.5%. You're still talking about $700,000 a month. If we delay it 5 months to vote in the regular town election, that's a considerable amount of money, in addition to kind of some loss of momentum with all of the team that has been working on this project once they start to get spread out to other projects, waiting to see what we decide to do. I also heard that people thought that building costs were at a peak right now and that they were going to come down. And we are seeing some softening, truly. And I believe you're going to see some savings in the Fox Hill project because things are coming in under cost. A lot of the construction trades are looking for work, and that's helping get more favorable bids. We feel like that this project is going to benefit from that as well. Those savings aren't built into this budget. And so if it doesn't come along, we're not going to go over budget. If we have savings, the money won't be borrowed, and therefore the bill doesn't go up. So this isn't a set amount of money that we're going to spend no matter what. This is a maximum. This is a not to exceed amount of money. So fixing it's going to be expensive, no matter how we decide to fix it. This first slide shows a breakout of how the money breaks down between the different sections of the building. You can see the high school addition. That would be all of those areas that Dr. Conti showed you that are new construction. So kind of that U or V-shaped building and the new entryway. And so that comes in at $1,118 per square foot. When we get to the next slide, you'll see how that compares to other similar projects around. It's a good price, even compared with projects in our own town currently happening. The high school renovation section, that would be the music rooms, the locker rooms, the 2 gymnasiums, and that space, the fitness center, as well as this auditorium, to bring them up to current code, make them accessible. You see that that's about $777 per square foot. The Center for Education, which if you don't like the name, okay, we just had to come up with something to call it because we kept calling it the upper building. And if you don't realize where the hill is, then the upper building became confusing. So the Center for Education is now, as Dr. Conti explained, the cafeteria, the current administrative building, BCAT, the Science Center, the district maintenance building, all of that is in that area. To upgrade that, move the preschool over, provide space for robotics and those other programs that Dr. Conti mentioned, that comes in at $703 per square foot. If you move over to the far column, the total cost per square foot is $911. If we go to the next slide. The next slide shows you some comparisons. Just to note, all of these project costs were escalated to align with this Burlington schedule. So they have all been kind of aligned dollar for dollar, so it's an apples to apples. So Burlington High School, again, $911 per square foot. Arlington High School, which is very similar to what we're proposing, was 1,054 square feet. Lexington, 1,302. And if you go all the way over, the two that are most interesting are the two that we have going on now, 1,104 square feet for the Fox Hill and 1,188 square feet for the police station, $1,188 per square foot, I'm sorry. So, you know, if you go back, the reality is that a lot of the money that is saved is by using as much of the current space as we can and renovating that. It was only the spaces that would cost more to renovate than to build new that we're demolishing. So we really looked at it section by section of the building and elected to demolish and build new those areas that really raised the cost. And most of those costs are because of the slopes, those big slopes on the main streets. And the fact that it's an all-concrete building, which makes it difficult to upgrade some of the systems. But all of that can be done. It's just very expensive. So, I think we've shown this slide a few times. It really just demonstrates that the cost to the taxpayer is going to be incrementally phased in as the project goes along. With the biggest jumps happening in FY 28, 29, and then a little more in 30. That's, as you know, it's kind of a pay-as-you-go plan. So as the bills come due and we pay them, then we'll borrow the money. Generally, we plan on using bands, bond anticipation notes. Those are short-term borrowing instruments that in your house, you can think of it like a construction loan. You pay interest only, and they can be up to 5 years long. And then when the whole project is finished, we'll bond the cost of the outstanding cost on the bands on a 25-year bond. We're saying not more than 5% interest. We've used 5% interest in all of the calculations to come up with what it's going to cost and what's going to happen to taxes. I believe last week we were told by our financial advisor that we could expect more favorable terms than that, but we still wanted to stay with that. We don't want surprises. We want anybody to come back and feel like we said something that didn't end up being true. I'd rather come back and say, hey, we got a better bond rate than, oh, sorry, we misestimated. So we talk about this in terms of the mean value. The mean assessed value in Burlington is $780,000. And at the end of this project, we estimate that the bill will be not more than $1,183 more per year. It's a big number. Things like new growth in town soften that number and bring it down. So there's a chance if we have healthy new growth in town that we won't reach that, which is our goal, which is why I would encourage us all to be proactive and positive when things come before us that would add new growth. But this is our worst case scenario, and we're comfortable with that as a number.
Thank you, Doug. I think Doug did a very good job of explaining what could happen if the vote fails, but I'll just kind of recap with this slide up, not reading the exact slide. But basically, if this fails, over 2 years of work and $1.5 million spent on visioning, programming, and schematic design would yield no results. The school would continue to operate without the educational or problematic improvements the project aimed to deliver, and we run the risk of being forced to do repairs if we have a major system failure. The school's infrastructure is aging. A major failure most likely trigger a full code compliant renovation at an estimated cost of $330 million, costing and far more disruptive to the students and our teachers. Given the past success of MSBA-funded projects over the past 15 years, BHS is unlikely to receive future funding. Burlington has been continuously denied, primarily due to space considerations. The existing high school was designed for 2,000 students, and the current enrollment is around 950. And that's kind of the number one factor when they start looking at the other schools in comparison to Burlington. The current proposal is the building committee and the school committee's best plan to bring BHS into the 21st century. This is a decision for Burlington's future. Thank you. Then we open the floor, I guess. It's up to you, moderator.
Thank you, Mrs. Bond. Reports from committees, Ways and Means.
Ways and Means supported this 1400.
Thank you. Capital Budget.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mark Woods, Precinct 7. Capital budget does not have a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select Board supported 5-0.
Thank you. I assume the school committee voted in favor of it?
5-0.
Thank you.
Is it on? Okay, sorry. The school committee voted 5-0 in favor.
Okay. Point of order. Capital Budget said they don't have a vote.
Why?
We don't have a vote because it was taken incorrectly, so I can't offer the vote. The vote was taken incorrectly. I did not file the meeting correctly with the town. I can't offer a vote when I file a meeting incorrectly. It's a technicality, but I can't offer the vote. I'm sorry.
Okay. I guess we'll open it up for discussion. We'll open it up to town meeting members first. Any comments, town meeting members? Mr. DeBona.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff DeBona, Precinct 3, and a graduate of this very high school. We've all been told this building is over 50 years old and all of its infrastructure is beyond its usable life. It needs to be torn down. Well, that doesn't cut it for me. Using that thought process, more than half the houses in town, many commercial buildings, and most of the town buildings and schools should be torn down. There are buildings in Boston that are hundreds of years old that are still operating efficiently because they've been maintained and updated. Lest we forget, the previous high school before this was Marshall Simons, built in 1961, renovated in 2013, which cost $33 million, with $17 million coming from the state. And yes, it's not the same size, and it's over 10 years ago, but it is still relevant. The high school before that was the Center School, built in 1939, still standing and operating today. Many of you may know it as the Recreation Department and Senior Center. Town Hall was built in 1969. No one can deny that this building has its share of problems, and the students of this town deserve to have a building conducive to their educational needs, but we need to be smart about it. There are better options out there. This building is made with 2-foot-thick, reinforced 1970s concrete. A demolition project of this magnitude, which I have experience doing firsthand, is a massive undertaking and is being severely underplayed. I'm sure everyone has heard an excavator-mounted hydraulic hammer off in the distance. It's no quiet job. Bang, 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 bang. You can only imagine the sound of a cone crusher makes to process that material once the hammer is broken into manageable chunks. Imagine being a student trying to learn in a building with a quarry running outside. What do we do when the vibrations associated with this start damaging nearby house foundations, or even worse, start cracking the ledge below the site, disrupting the groundwater table, causing flooding in houses throughout the Longbrook area, which includes houses from here all the way down to the well fields behind Coles. What about the contaminated soils that were encapsulated behind the loading dock in 1998 due to an underground fuel oil tank spilling underground? Do we have to worry that those will be disturbed from all this? What about the 10-year-old roof with 20 years left on its warranty, or the solar panels that have a 20-year agreement on them that were put up in 2017? We've been told the ramps don't meet ADA, and it triggers the 30% threshold to bring the whole building up to current ADA code. That's regulated by 521 CMR and enforced by the Mass Architectural Access Board. Variance requests are available if compliance is deemed infeasible, resulting in excessive and unreasonable cost without any substantial benefit to persons with disabilities. It can be approved based on a proposed alternative solution, and Massachusetts has adopted the International Existing Building Code, which contains provisions for existing buildings and projects which may be evaluated under different alteration levels. As far as the ramps go, I wanted to see what was going on. 521 CMR outlines for ramps to meet ADA compliance that the max run is 30 feet and the max rise allowed is 30 inches. And there needs to be a landing at the top and bottom that is at least 60 inches. So I wondered, what did the measurements come out to? So I went out there with a tape measure. I found it to be 30 feet of run with 29 inches of rise, with more than 5 feet in every landing run, which is less than the 8.3% allowed. It came out to 8% in 521 CMR. There are better options here of moving central administration, BCAT, and BECC to other buildings permanently, allowing for vacant areas to renovate wing by wing with room for robotics and other programs. I'm not saying we don't need a good school, we just need a good plan. Please vote no on this project so we can take it back to the drawing board and find a plan that works better for all residents. Thank you.
Mrs. Nash, please.
Thank you. Mildred Nash, Precinct 3. I've been to almost all of the meetings that have gone on between January and now, and I realized that a lot of people have put a great deal of work into this, but so have a lot of the people in town. And I hate to be the only one who continually mentions my inadequacies, but I found it very hard to follow a lot of the explanation. On some of the communications I got, it said that the price for the taxpayer would be $250 4 times a year, which I think comes to $1,000. But when I looked at the chart there, it looked like it was not going to be anything this year, and then just a little bit, and then went up and up. And when I have heard a lot of the things, I've been confused. So if you will allow me, what I would like to address is a different aspect of this whole project, and that is the human angle of it. One of the things, this is not a big thing, except if you're a little kid, and that is that the students who began school when COVID started will be arriving at the high school just as the high school construction starts. But we were told at the meetings not to worry, it would all be smooth and easy. And why don't I feel comforted by that? Because that's what we were told when COVID happens. Let the kids stay home, we will manage this pretty well, and it's turning out that wasn't the case. But my second concern is more serious. And since the popular cultural game seems to be blame somebody or something, so maybe we could blame COVID. But before COVID, it seemed like the high school students in Burlington were doing very, very well. We had no complaints about anything. We produced Olympic champions, and we produced actors and comedians, and I think our most popular student graduate to date is Amy Poehler. Why do I bring up Amy? Because if you have watched Parks and Recreation, And if you haven't, tomorrow, watch it because it's a wonderful series. TV critics said during COVID that was what you should watch, not to despair during the dark times. But Amy in that series plays the director of Parks and Recreation in a sort of blue-collar town such as she grew up in. And she's continually battling the rich town next door that does everything twice as good and twice as fast and is at least 20 times as rich. But what she's always pushing for is what Burlington, since I moved here in 1969, has always pushed for, which is the best for everyone with an egalitarian slant to it. Nobody has to pay to ride the school buses. Nobody has to pay to park in the school parking lot. Nobody has to pay for school sports. That's unusual in almost any other town. But what happens when this came up, and it was brought up by people from Precinct 3, we who live right next to the school and see it closer than anybody else, but also from other precincts joined those meetings. And one of them was really concerned about the fact that some people who are so worried, living paycheck to paycheck, not sure about Social Security coming in, not sure what's going to happen with Medicare, and looking at very dire possibilities with Medicaid, and they feel really threatened. Which brings me to my question. I think one thing which has to be figured out before we make a decision is how much money would it take? What was the bottom line figure for us to take care of the high school without having to have a debt exclusion vote? Does anybody happen to know that figure right now?
I'm not clear on your question. How much money could we afford without having a debt exclusion?
Well, what we have here, we're now down to 333 million.
Yes, ma'am.
269, so forth. What would we have to get it down to that we could go ahead and do whatever our plan was because we didn't go above what required a debt exclusion vote?
I don't have that number, but I don't think we could. I don't think we could come up with. We could come up with that number, but we can't accomplish what needs to happen at the high school under that number.
Well, the second question I had, because I didn't know how you'd figure it, was how do we get to that figure? And it seems to me a couple of things come to mind. Year after year after year, we hear the capital budget give a 10-year plan. And we know how many years it's going to be before we do X, Y, and Z. A couple of years ago, something came up that had to do with playing fields at Marshall Simons, and capital budget said, well, that's in the budget for a couple years down the road, but we wanted it now. And guess what? We voted it now. And then I wonder, does that have any impact on the fact we don't have quite enough money now? How much money is it that we don't have? And then I say, we're currently going to be paying for the police station and Fox Hill, and I understand that Shawsheen is going to be impacting. How far down the line would it be before we could do that? But I think we have a lot of people who know these kinds of issues, and I think Jeff DeBona certainly knows far more than I do and had some very interesting things to say. I'm wondering if we could have more cooperation, which would lead to getting a better figure so that we don't impact people who fear that they may no longer be able to live in Burlington if we pass this vote. We've always cared about everybody, and that's my That's my overriding concern here, which I really think needs to be addressed. I thank you for listening. I love this town, and I just am tired. I can't imagine how tired you are, but I think the people that don't have enough money and that might have to leave are probably feeling things other than being tired or in addition to. So I hope you will think about it. Thank you.
Mr. Sinesi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Adam Sinesi, Precinct 1. I want to start by saying thank you, Ms. Nash, because I appreciated that you were thinking of the generation of students that suffered through COVID shutdowns, and it's going to be the same group of students that are going to be at the high school while this project's happening. And that piece of this really gives me pause. Now, I also want to thank the people in the building committee for the hard work that you've put in, and I feel like this entire process has been a very necessary process. There's been a little bit of a sausage-making process, but we're getting closer to a project, and I think that's important. What I'd like to do, though, is to propose an amendment to remove the portion of the project labeled as the Center for Education. Town meeting voted for a feasibility study for a new high school. And I feel like we're getting a potpourri of a bunch of things that are coming with that.
Mr. Sinesi, before you go any further, I am going to rule that out of order. We are not into design here, we are into funding.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove...
And I will rule that out of order also.
We can't make an amendment to the value of the dollar figure?
Not to the amount that you are trying to make. It is outside.
What's the exact amount then that I can?
If you wanted to have a number of 10%, I could deal with that. But to remove a large
I don't think
piece,
that's within your purview.
Would you please let me finish, Mr. Sinesi? I've given you that courtesy. Removing that large a piece from a project as has been presented to the town is outside of the four corners of the article.
Town meeting holds the purse strings, and we can make amendments to this. And what I'm offering...
You can make an amendment.
To revise the value down, and I have the number here to revise it down, to $281 million, $281,383,648. What that opens up by removing the Center for Education, that opens up new spatial possibilities that we didn't happen before. Spatial possibilities to build an entirely new school. A new school that as you come up the driveway, you see the front door rather than have to drive around the building to where the front is. This building is incredibly awkward.
Mr. Sinesi, I anticipated this amendment, and I have discussed this already with town council. I am afraid...
Can we hear council's opinion?
This is out of order.
Can we hear council's opinion?
We certainly can.
I'd like the legal rationale.
The moderator has the authority to determine what is out of order regarding a funding article, and up to 10% has been deemed legally within the scope of an article. More than that, on a funding article that has a specific amount of this size, has been deemed to be out of order, outside the four corners.
What was it?
Thank you, Mr. Sinesi. Let's move on now. Thank you. Ms. Wong, Chiffon.
Good day, Chiffon Wong, Precinct 4. As we begin to go into discussion, I do want to remind, I was one of the 5 people who voted against Fox Hill. And one of the reasons that I voted against Fox Hill was because of concern about prioritization as it related to the capital projects for our district. And during that discussion, so many stated, in no way will this vote impact the way we assess the budgetary concerns related for the high school. So I want to remind those who voted yes for Fox Hill that there was so much affirmation that this would not bias the vote against the high school that serves all of the children in this town. So as this discussion evolves, I want everyone to remember those remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Jack Kelly, Precinct 7. Last Tuesday at the town meeting information session, I asked how much of the 34 million then would be attributed to the Center for Education. I got a ballpark figure of 65. It's now 66. What I did ask for was an explanation to break it down so we had an idea of what portion of that went to different parts of the education center. I was told I would have that in a few days. I guess I'm technologically challenged. I could not find that when I went on the site. So I wonder if Mr. Hartford could give us that information tonight, as promised.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jack, if I understand the question correctly, you're looking for by square footage for every space within the Center for Education.
Mr. Kelly, clarify
Then I don't
your
understand the question.
Is this on? Yes. No, you gave me a ballpark $700 a square foot back then.
Oh.
I was looking for a breakdown per unit, per the BCAT, per the lunchroom, per the central administration, how much of it was going to go there, and to further break it down, whether how much of it's going to be to close off the wall, how much is going to be for the HVAC system, that type of stuff. Do you have that information for me tonight?
I can provide that for the building as a whole, but I don't think we get to that granularity for that entire space.
I think I was pretty clear last Tuesday night.
Well, I tried to demonstrate what it costs. I said it was approximately 65 million, and then worked with the team to come up with the estimate that was in the presentation.
Yeah, I got further 65 million. I asked if you could break it down. You said yes, you would do that for me.
I guess I misunderstood then.
Disappointing.
Mr. Young, and then we'll come to Mrs. Byer.
Thank you. Who? Mr. Moderator, can you hear me? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. Just a couple of points. During the presentation, Bob Young, Precinct 3. During the presentation, I thought I heard a couple of references that would indicate this proposal going to a townwide vote. And I could have heard it wrong, but I felt the inference was that town meeting wasn't part of that. So if I heard it wrong, I apologize for that. But if it was presented, that we were out of that loop, then I think that's not a very good oversight. So I wanted to make that point. The other thing, I've been to many of the meetings, and I've heard it tonight. I guess some of the opinions of the building committee, if you make a expenditure of money, then automatically what that was to investigate or to research, then you must vote yes. That's the inference I'm getting. I get it every single time I go to one of these meetings, and I'm really, unless I'm misinterpreting it, I'm starting to feel that I don't like hearing that in that context. So, the building we're in, for approximately 12 straight years, the school committees applied to the Massachusetts Building Authority for funding. 12 straight years. And each year, each succeeding year, it was turned down. So I heard, with all due respect, about delays. What about that delay in putting us all in the predicament that we're in now? That's what I'd like to ask. So I had a question coming in here tonight, and it was answered by one of my fellow Precinct 3 members. Because in this presentation tonight, and I've heard it over and over again, when asked about, oh, if we do a certain percentage of work, then immediately that triggers that we have to do X, Y, and Z. Well, my question is, and it may be through you, Mr. Moderator, to Ms. Bond, did you file for a waiver with the appropriate state agency? And I ask it because if you're looking at a project like this, or any project, whether we do it personally or through this process, I would think whatever possibility of money or opportunity should be fully investigated. So my question is, did you apply to the Massachusetts agency that enforces what you're alluding to numerous times over the last couple of years? Could you answer that question, please, through you, the moderator?
We're going to defer that to the architect.
Hi, Chris from Tappe Architects, the principal architect for the project. Are you asking about waivers for what in particular?
In the presentation tonight, it talked about, in virtually every time we get together, it's always mentioned numerous times, multiple times, if we looked to change out the boilers or whatever, there's a certain percentage, and there's some like behind the curtain, like the Wizard of Oz, that if you do this, then all the systems have to be upgraded. All I'm simply asking is, there is a state agency, and my colleague from Precinct 3 mentioned it. That information was never provided by any meeting. So my question is, did the building committee apply to the state for a waiver for the laws that have been alluded to over and over again, and including tonight, sir?
No, there's been no waiver filed at this point.
Thank you. Thank you.
So typically the process, I'm sorry, moderator.
Go ahead.
So the follow-up question was why. So the process goes that when you have a project funded and you get into construction, you follow the state guidelines, which tell you when you're 30% or more of the assessed value, you have to do these upgrades. And that's the process. The waivers are granted for when you get into economic hardship, and there can be some other things too in there. We've had to get waivers on particular buildings in certain circumstances, but when you're approving a big sum of money, already spending the money to do the work, my experience of doing schools in the state, and specifically schools in the state with the Massachusetts Architectural Access Board, they won't look favorably on a project of this scale and magnitude, telling them that you have a problem making the building up to code and meeting their thresholds. So you don't usually apply for those thresholds until you have a project in hand that you're going to go for. The same with other, like it's assumed you're going to follow the code. That's what the process is.
Okay, thank you for the information, but I think what I was talking about is another option for town meeting members.
Mr. Young, I believe your question has been answered.
Okay, I will end this way. Might surprise somebody, but I'm going to quote the Rolling Stones. You can't I'm sorry. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, well, you might get what you need. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Byer.
Kathy Byer, Precinct 2. Thank you for ending on that note because it is perfect, whichever way someone votes tonight. I want to talk about what the students here need. And I'm a high school dropout who left because the school did not meet my needs. My sister dropped out because the school did not meet her needs. My brother went to an alternative school. We were lucky because we are all self-directed learners and we went on to have successful lives. But I know very well the value of a good high school education and how that sets you up for being able to go on to your next stage in life, whether that is college, whether that is going and getting an apprenticeship to learn a trade, whether that is going on to start your own business. High school lays the foundation for that. And one of the things that makes that successful is the facility that you are learning in. Now, we moved here in 1987. And shortly after that, we found out that our daughter had autism. It was then atypical pervasive developmental disorder, NOS, nonverbal. But she did go to this high school in the lab early intervention program, classroom without windows. I want to tell you that I've been doing research on windows, and classrooms with windows, the students are able to perform higher in academic tests. They get better teaching quality from the teachers. It keeps them awake so they don't fall asleep in class. And so the idea that the center part of the high school without windows, that is adequate today when there are alternatives for roughly the same amount of money that this town would be spending to renovate the high school, to keep it habitable, I would rather see a new facility. Now, when Carrie was young, and we were here, and they would have elections talking about anything to do with the schools and funding. There is an age divide. I'm 71, so I'm going to speak to this tonight, because now my income is Social Security. I know what it means to have a limited income, and I'm looking at that. But we are also homeowners, and I'm looking at how the tax base gets stepped up in stages. I also know that for people who have income issues, who are homeowners, they can go to the town hall and get a tax deferment until the time that they sell their house. So it may not impact your monthly expenses after all. So take a look at what this is going to do to your home values, which are going to go up by the time that you sell, and so you will still benefit. You will recoup your costs when you do this. Excuse me, I missed something on the windows and the light. A lot of people, especially in northern latitudes, suffer from seasonal affective disorder. I am one of them. I suspect maybe the rest of my family is too. But there are students here in the high school who it will affect their schoolwork. And also, it affects behavior problems, which makes classroom management more difficult. So I am looking to what happens to the kids as they graduate. I'm a former job counselor. I want them to be able to get a step up. I want all of the younger families raising their kids in this community to know that their needs are being addressed and that they're getting the best education possible. We owe that to them. That is who we have been. And so I'm asking you to vote to pass this evening. If you have doubts, I started hearing 2 years ago about people on Ways and Means looking at how we could possibly afford either the renovations or to build a new high school. They have investigated this in granular detail and come up with their very best recommendation. And I trust their recommendation that we should pass this. And for the high school building committee, who's been working on this for over 2 years, there are people here who are bringing up arguments tonight that could have and should have been addressed during those meetings, during the planning process. Tonight, we have a plan in front of us, and we vote up or down on that plan. It's not time for us to be able to go back and relitigate 2 years of work by people. So, again, I ask for your vote in support of this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Hi, everyone. TJ Flynn, Precinct 2. As a town meeting member, I almost never hear from anybody about anything that we're voting on. I think most of the time people don't even know what we're voting on. This has been an exception. I've gotten emails, form emails, personal emails. I've had people stopping me on the sports field on weekends. I've had people talking to me about it at the beer garden. And overwhelmingly, that has been in support of this from the people that I represent in Precinct 2 and around town. So I am supporting this. If all the feedback that I'm hearing is somehow wrong, we're going to send it out to the town to vote, and people could vote it down. Again, what I'm hearing is overwhelming support of it, so I'm supporting it here in town meeting, and hopefully I'll be supporting it on November 15th as well.
Is that Mimi McBile? Go ahead, Mimi.
Mimi Bix-Hyland, Precinct 1, town meeting member, and also member of the high school building committee. Obviously, by my participation in the high school building committee, you can assume that I'm voting yes for this, and I am. But the reason I asked to speak is because I want to address something that happened about 15 minutes ago in this room. I object to how Mr. Sinesi was treated at the start of this meeting. We were assured that all voices would be respected, yet when Mr. Sinesi started to speak, he was immediately silenced, as if Mr. Moderator, with all due respect, like you were waiting for him to speak and say something. I never got to hear what this amendment was, and I think, despite the fact that I am a supporter of this article, I want to hear from everybody. I want everybody in this body to feel like they have a voice, that it will be considered with respect, they will not be silenced. So that is the point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Well, Mimi, if I could address that. Everyone has a right to speak so long as what they're bringing up is in order. Mr. Sinesi was bringing up something that was not in order, and it can't be brought up to town meeting. It can't be discussed. It doesn't belong in the discussion. I'm sorry. It's just out of order, and it can't be brought up. Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, I understand that, and council made it very clear why. Council made it clear what the problem was, but what I'm saying is he didn't even say a full sentence and he was cut off. So I don't know how you could have read his mind, but I would like to see all of my colleagues be given the opportunity to complete their sentences and state what they have to state before you provide guidance on the limitations to what their position is.
I'll take that under consideration. Thank you. Mr. Campbell.
Hi, Chris Campbell, Precinct 1. I'm also on the Building Committee and on Ways and Means. So we're all here because we're at a pretty pivotal crossroads, and this funds of $333 million is nothing to shake our heads at. We're well aware of that. I would like to take us back 2 years ago when the Building Committee started this charge. We took it very serious, the financials that were in front of us. We continued to look at different projects. We ultimately think, or my personal opinion here, is that this is the compromise solution. There was many people who wanted the new build. There were many people who wanted a complete renovation. We continued to listen. We had many meetings with the butters. That was very important in this project because, yes, they are the ones that are going to have to adhere to a lot of the burden of the noise and the construction. We also looked at how much displacement of the students and staff this would cause. And AR8, which is a new build renovation, is the least disruptive of the projects while also taking consideration very important financials. Then when faced in front of the Building Committee of $340 million as our number and potentially putting in a field house, we voted that down because we felt it was outside the scope and didn't want to have anything going in front of town meeting of trying to sneak anything through. We said we were going to build a Burlington High School project. The reality in this building, though, is it's more than just a high school. We have a preschool, we have our central offices, we have BCAT, which I think many of us would agree has increased the ability to access our government here. And these are the things that our community, our building committee decided were important when looking at the Burlington High School project as a whole. So that is how we developed them into the entire project. And since this was not an MSBA project, we could incorporate those into our new build. So that is how we have gotten here. We also were able to find out that the $150 million that we had done for the feasibility study was already paid, so that also could to come down. So our not to exceed now is at $333 million. Couple of questions that have come up. The accelerated repair program is unfortunately not an option. If you go to the Q&A on the MSBA site, it clearly states that boilers are no longer part of the program and is up to the board of directors to add that in, and it is now biannually, so every 2 years they are doing that. Last time in 2024, it was just roofs, doors, and windows. So boilers are not an option to be able to go through MSBA in that process, unfortunately. I appreciate Mr. DeBona bringing up the idea of the AAD because I think we need to hear some of this, and unfortunately we hadn't heard that until tonight. And digging a little deeper on that, this is meant for only for short-term relief, and unfortunately if it results in the substantial benefit of a person with disability, they're not going to approve that relief. And I think a high school that has students on IEPs and 504s, I don't think we're going to get that. I don't know for sure, so I'm not trying to speak on that, but I appreciate hearing that because I'm able to research that here in the moment. Back to the Center for Education, one of the biggest parts that we are adding in that is the preschool. We do have preschoolers currently in high school equipped classes, and this is our opportunity to be able to lift our whole town forward. Will we keep watching the financials as we go? You bet. Absolutely. Because this is a not to exceed number. And within that, we'll continue be meeting and looking at our numbers, and hopefully they will continue to come down. But this is a not to exceed. This is not easy. This is a big financial burden for all taxpayers. So I get how this can be very personal, but it has been nice to see an overwhelming support from community members. And for all of those reasons, I will be supporting this.
Ms. Lohr.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sharon Laurie, Precinct 3. A couple of house cleaning things. Yep, I was at most of those meetings when they were trying to narrow down which plan to use. And at the end of the day, I did clearly state you don't have the right plan. I stated it more than once. As far as Fox Hill, I was one of the 5 that said no. And I said no because the money that we were going to have to spend for the high school, we needed every cent if this high school was going to pass. And to me, you don't help 330 people first, you help a high school with over 900 people. So just to get that clear. So I did an analysis, and I want to look at this a different way. I want to try to hit all the genres of people. I'm going to start with the preschoolers' parents. Those parents right now, any child that's going to a preschool daycare type of thing, they're spending over $1,100 a month on the low side. Any child that is going to college, a state college, is $25,000+ per year, room and board and fees. So after you've done draining your money, trying to work, trying to get your kids to school and do everything, you're already behind the 8 ball. And then if you decide to go to a fancier school, you're starting at $50,000 plus. And if you're fortunate enough to have your child go to Harvard University, it's $86,000 per year. So when you start to add all of these up, food is going up 2 to 3% per year. Your utility bills for 2025, 2026 is going up approximately 10%.
Ms. Laurie, could you wrap it up, please? You're kind of getting away from, we're talking about a school building.
We're talking about
inflation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I will wrap it up. But again, we're talking about money for the high school, are we not? So this is clearly relevant. Thank you, but I will wrap it up because you've asked me to, and I have to obey the rules. So I asked you guys to really think about your votes. The ones that are on the fence, please vote no. You voted no because the Center for Education, the other building, that shouldn't have been part of the feasibility study. It was not, all right? We were supposed to be deciding on a high school. If my child goes to kindergarten, does that mean that the the Academy building, Bear Academy, should be able to jump on my horse and use all of my expenses and all of my money? It doesn't. Does that mean the DPW should be able to take all of their other little entities on their budget and lump it all into one? Then the answer is no. Jeff DeBona already told you that the ADA compliance is already in place at this school. He measured it today. So please think carefully. We want a school, but we want to be responsible. Spending $65,000 to $66,000 for other things is irresponsible, in my opinion. And I know they worked hard, and I respect them, but it's still not the right thing for Burlington. We need to respect all the people that live here today and are trying to make it and are just barely making it. Because you guys keep forgetting, one day that could be you that is just barely making it. And you would want this community to take care of everyone, not just the ones that have bunches of money. I will wrap it up and say thank you, Mr. Moderator.
No clapping. That is not an event that we do in town meeting. Thank you. Ms. Simon.
Martha Simon, Precinct 3. I'm also a member of the School Building Committee. I also was on the school committee for a number of years and worked to make this project come to fruition. I urge everyone to vote yes for this project. It's a good project. This property is very limited. We have wetlands, there's neighbors to be considered, there's rock ledge. There weren't a lot of options. There were a lot of options that we looked at. We had professionals and experts to give us ideas. And they kept coming up with new ideas. We said, well, what about this? And what about this? And some of those options were really exciting, but they weren't feasible, or they were too expensive. And so this is a project that we came to that meets the needs. And I'm going to try not to repeat the presentation, but it's a brand new wing for all of the academics. We're going to get to keep both of our gyms. We're going to renovate this auditorium. In fact, I have a new knee, so I'm using a cane temporarily. It was actually really difficult for me to walk up and down these aisles because they're not ADA accessible. They're not properly done. So then the question came up, well, couldn't we get waivers? And the architect explained it's not something you can get in advance. Why would we ask for a waiver for the ADA? Why aren't we fighting for a high school, our only high school, to be accessible to every student and every resident of Burlington? This is a center for not just our students. We use it for town meeting. We use it for BCAT. We use it for other community resources. Why wouldn't we want it to be accessible? Why would we want a waiver for fire suppression? I understand this room may be the only one in the building with fire sprinklers. Why would we build or renovate or do anything in this building without improving up to code for fire suppression, for safety? So I'm just perplexed about people who want us to get waivers for those things. I had a similar reaction to some of the people who were concerned about our students who has gone through disruptions with COVID, and then being in the high school perhaps when the construction goes on. It's not ideal. However, the students will stay, and it's a little hard to picture. We've seen a lot of pictures, we've got diagrams in the back, we have it on the slides. The high school's out there, the classrooms are out there. The students will stay there while the construction is going to go on outside that wall. This is a pretty wide auditorium. It's got big, fat concrete walls. Sure, the students will hear some of the construction, but it's not going to be totally disruptive. I am hoping we can get a little more. I talked to people at Arlington High School when they had their open house. They actually built right next to the wing, and we're demolishing right next to. I believe Fox Hill's going to be 20 feet, built 20 feet from the old building. It's not ideal, but we're going to get an improved educational facility because of that. I also wanted to comment on the money. It's a lot of money, there's no question. And for some people, it's going to be difficult. I'm on a fixed income, lots of people are. I assumed my house was in the median, the median of the numbers, so it would have been at the peak, perhaps $1,200 additional. So that would be a little more than $250 per quarter. Well, I looked up, actually market value is not the same as assessed value. And my home that I thought of as kind of average is actually not median, it's below median. So many people here may not be paying that amount if they can't afford it. And as Mrs. Nash said, you know, there are people who are struggling to pay their taxes. So, but it's not real likely they're going to be in a house that's going to require them to pay the top dollar. Certainly it will be an increase for everybody, but those are things that are a concern. Somebody paid for this high school where my kids went to school. We need to pay for the next high school for the kids for the future. I worked in a high school once where they were building a new building next door, and I had a microwave and a plug-in electric skillet to do life skills with my students, and we managed in the old building while they built the new one. When we moved into the new building, we had a real life skills classroom for those students, and it was really worth it to have gone through a couple of years with the construction on the other side. Like I said, the construction won't be right here. The loud demolition and such, they're going to do the best they can to do those over the summer, to be as little as disruptive as possible. I also wanted to comment on something that nobody's commented on. On one of the slides that gave the areas in the Center for Education, it says B-Tech. I had to ask what B-Tech was, and I was on the school committee, you know. It's the IT department. Most people here probably don't know what B-Tech is. Most people here probably know what an IT department is. It's also the digital learning department, which is our teachers. It's not just the IT department, it's also teachers who are helping our students learn how to use computers and programming and live in the digital age. Their offices and the servers for this building are in the part of the building that are going to be demolished. They have to go somewhere. Now, they could have put everything into the new wing, and that would have cost more. So they're going to renovate this Center for Education and put those offices up there along with BCAT and the Early Childhood Center and the robotics space and central office. So to me, that's a really effective use of that space and that building. I just think, and this is one of the least disruptive options for the students that we could imagine. And we had professionals who gave us lots of options because they said, oh, well, let's try this and let's try that. And when it didn't work, we moved on. Everybody in this room didn't have the opportunity to go through every single one of those options, perhaps, but the committee really did seriously think about that. I also want to mention that there is a student here who's not on town meeting who would like to speak. So when we get to the place where people who are not on town meeting, I hope that you'll be able to call on, at least there's one student at least who would like to speak over there. I don't know if we'll get to it because town meeting has priority, but I did want to mention that. So I urge people to vote yes for the future of our students, for the future of our town. Thank you.
Yes.
Jeff DeBona, Precinct 3. When I was speaking before, I think I got a little bit too in the weeds about the code and variances. What I found in measurement was that the streets actually do meet compliance of ADA. I was not insinuating that we should get a waiver from it. I think I said a little bit too much there. And as far as fire sprinklers go, that's not regulated by 521 CMR. Any major renovation requires fire sprinklers, so there is no exemption from that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Davison.
Mr. Moderator, several statements have been made that weren't really questions, and so they don't necessarily ask for an answer, but they've gotten more and more kind of accusatory sounding and conspiratorial. I would say when we started with this project, we started with, again, fixing a problem at the high school. The vernacular in Burlington is, this is the high school. If you ask somebody, where's BCAT, they'll tell you it's at the high school. If you ask them, where's the school district offices, they're at the high school. This building, because it was built for 2,000 students, and now it only has 1,000, there was space, and so we used that space over the years to save money and to put things adjacent to the actual academic high school so that they would benefit the students, like BCAT, like the Science Center, like the preschool even. So when we looked at this, we're not trying to sneak anything in. We could say we're not going to renovate that upper section that we've called the BEC, BEC, because we got tired of calling it the upper building. But we could get rid of the upper building. It is not the academic high school. And then we'd have been figuring out, where do we house the administration? Where do we house the preschool? The preschool, if you don't know, is primarily for neurodiverse and children that have disabilities that we are required to begin to care for at age 3. And we have two options. We can either do it here, which this is the space we have, and we actually used old high school rooms and the 3-year-olds use high school-sized bathrooms, and nothing is developed for a 3-year-old. It's just retrofitted. But that keeps us from having to pay out-of-district tuition for all of those children, which actually saves us quite a bit of money. So it's something we want to keep. If we were to find, I've heard it, let's find other space in town. There's some space in town, I'm sure. You have to rent it, you have to retrofit it, you have to rebuild it and build it out. And from the Ways and Means standpoint, any space in town that we rent instead of using our own space takes money off the tax rolls, because that's commercial property and we don't pay property taxes on municipal uses. And so that just takes money off the rolls, and that's going to reflect back to your tax bill.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Is that Mr. Lieber? I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
Sorry, folks. Can you please tell us this time?
Blaise Lieber, Precinct 6. I just want to say that I guess my greatest, the thing that makes me most anxious about this is if we just try to kind of kick the can down the road and take what is, the cheapest possible option, you end up, all the money that gets spent on just basically helping this place limp along is, money down the hole, basically. I see this money, it's a lot of money, but it's an investment in something that's, state of the art, and it will be, for many, many years, the standard of what people look at and say, gee, that town has a really nice school. And the town I grew up in, when it was time to renovate the high school, this 20 years ago or more, they decided to go as cheap as possible. They used the cheapest contractor they could find, and they got it done. But then, within a year, the gym roof was leaking. The field was awful, caused a lot of injuries, and there was multiple gas leaks the first year I was there. So in the end, they had to spend a lot of money replacing it. And the worst thing was they couldn't even go after the people who built it because they went out of business, and they couldn't be found. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but all I'm saying is I'd rather spend money and get a return on investment of having a brand new school that looks pretty great, rather than just keeping something that probably could be kept limping along for another 10, 20 years, but you end up spending, the return on investment isn't as good. So that's just what I would say.
Is that Mr. DeBona Sr. back there?
Where's my walker? Rich DeBona. Am I there? Rich DeBona, Precinct 3, Senior. Someone mentioned earlier that they get a lot of emails or people talking to them. So did I. I respectfully listen to many people expressing their opinions on this project. And although people are either on the yes side or the no side, which makes us polarized somewhat, I'd like to see if I can bring us together. And that is, what I've heard from everyone in here is we want to do something good for the kids. So the decision shouldn't be driven by the loudest voices or the most emails. This is an important decision that affects not only the residents with children in our school system, but every property owner and taxpayer in town. Our responsibility as town meeting members is to represent all the residents of Burlington. This decision right now feels a little rushed to me, and let me explain that. If I just take the presentation at face value, $330 million to patch something that probably shouldn't be patched versus $334 for the Cadillac, if you will, it sounds like a no-brainer. I'd vote for the $334 any day of the week. If I understand the vote correctly, town meeting is being asked to support the $334 million project, which necessitates a debt exclusion. If in that event, the next step would be a vote in a special election in November, essentially asking residents to approve. 25-year tax increase in excess of about $1,000 per person, per house, I should say. I want to remind us, when we take sides, there are winners and losers. I'm going to speak to the people who are in favor of this, people who want the high school project to go through. And think of this. A lot of people in here have a lot of information. The average voter probably doesn't. Some people vote based on that information. I would say it's a small percentage. Some based on emotion, some based on what their neighbor told them. So if you want this to go through, I suggest that we ought to vote no tonight and request a more cost-effective option. Nobody on a project team wants to go back and look at the scope of a project. I've managed tons of projects over the years, and I've had to be the one to say, great idea, we don't have the money, come back later. And people have found innovative and creative ways to knock the price down. So I think what we're looking at here is possibly scope creep, where we've added things on that maybe we shouldn't. But I think in the end, we don't want winners and losers. We want to do what's best for the town. So I'm suggesting we vote no and ask the people to go back for a more effective option.
Mrs. Monaco.
Hi, everybody. This has been a really long 2+ years of working very, very hard to come up with the best answer to this dilemma. I used to work in this building in the science department, and it's a cave, trust me. But none of that really matters at this point. What matters is that the goal of this town meeting, and the only argument that is really a valid argument, is that we need to let the people in town decide. What we're being asked tonight, what all of you are being asked, is to let this, to pass it, and let the voters decide what they want to do. It isn't up to 100 people in a room to make a decision for the whole town in this situation, because everybody in town should have the right to cast their vote. The other thing that I want to say is there seems to be a real misunderstanding about the upper building. You call it the Center for Education, call it whatever you want. The purpose of most of the room in that building is to house all of the programs that are in that section of the building that needs to come down. Now, Mr. DeBona may believe that this is handicap accessible, the streets, but I can tell you when I was here, I know one student that fell right out of his wheelchair because that thing is so steep. So I will leave it to the architect to tell us, but he has assured us that we are way out of compliance. But my point about the upper building, do you really want all of the 3 to 5-year-old kids with special needs to be sent to out-of-district placements and we pay tuition for them? Or do you want us to have a preschool that is beautifully adequate for our kids, that will have nice classrooms with windows, with little toilets that 3-year-olds sit on instead of the ones for big people? And the rest of the building, it's for the other programs. It's for the alternative education program. It's for the newcomers program. It's for some technology classes. It's for the robotics classes. This is a campus that has been designed, and the upper building is very important to the entire campus. Someone mentioned, oh, I don't want to spend money on the administration building. The administration building will get a coat of paint and a new rug. The money is being spent on a wall because you got to take down the middle of the building, you got to build a wall. And the preschool itself will be expensive to retrofit and make it what it really needs to be. But seriously, if you think about it, don't you want that preschool for our town? Don't you want people in other communities to say, wow, Burlington has a really nice setup? I want to commend Mrs. Simon for her comments. She really has been a vital force in this building project. And everything she said tonight was right on target. So I'm going to leave you with this comment. I believe, having worked in this building, having been on the school committee for many years, having 4 children who graduated from here, and more grandchildren than I can count who have graduated from here, we need to fix this building, and you can't fix it the way it is. You need a new wing. You need light in the classrooms. You need to do it. Let the town people decide. Let's not fight about it. Let's not argue about it. Let's get together and say, bring it to a vote of the town. Let it be up to them. Thank you.
Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carl Foss, Precinct 5. Just bear with me, I have a couple of comments, maybe a little jumbled. First, a couple of speakers had mentioned the feedback they'd gotten from other residents. I have also gotten a bunch. I think the last count, it was about 15-2 in favor on the emails that I have gotten personally. We're talking a lot about the tax burden, and I sympathize with that. And at least for me personally, when the increase really kicks in a few years, it's going to be a stretch for my household. But I also want to remind us that the business side of the town pays about 60% of the tax. And so I think we can take a little bit of comfort in that. And also, even with the increases, it's my understanding that we still, as a community, have one of the lowest tax burdens in the region, which, I mean, it's still going to be a stretch, but it will be helpful. Another thing that I have been observing on social media, which I know is a dangerous place to be, is that there's some sentiment out there that people are opposed to this just to try to deny the school committee or the superintendent a win, which, from my perspective, the logic doesn't follow for me. I think that we need to try to, if you have that thinking right now, I think we need to try to separate this project from whatever feelings or opinions you might have on the committee, which maybe I share with you, but we have to try to separate the two. This is about the high school. Just in general, a high school is one of the cornerstones of our community. It's a place that every student, or nearly every student in our community, benefits from. A new high school is going to increase our property values. It's going to make Burlington a more attractive community for residents and businesses to come in. The job before us tonight is to provide our town a high school that is commensurate with the town that we want. We can't continue to provide a learning center, a high school that doesn't fully meet the needs of our students. We need them to have a modern 21st century facility that meets everything that they need. And it's not just for the students, it's really a community space. It's, the high school kids come here every day, but we come here 3 times a year. Sports programs come here multiple times a week. It's not just for learning, it's for the entire community. Choosing to upgrade this school is very similar to choosing to upgrade an elementary school or a police station or the fire station or a library, whatever we need. The town needs this project. This building has too many defects. At one point, it was state-of-the-art, but that time has passed. It's past the end of life, as has been mentioned many times. It's not a perfect project. There's never a perfect project. This is what's in front of us. It is the best project that we can come up with given the constraints of the property, of the budget. I'm going to be voting yes. I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Ms. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Maureen Ryan, Precinct 1. A couple of comments that I'd like to make. First is approximately 15 to 20% of our students are students with disabilities, either on IEPs or 504 plans. They start in preschool. Many come out of early intervention and go to our preschool. And as it was pointed out by Mr. Davidson and again by Ms. Monaco, it's required by law. It's not daycare. It's not a choice. We are required to serve our students with disabilities at the age of 3 on their 3rd birthday. And it's really important. It's important that we do it and that we do it well. So I just want to make sure that people understand that piece. I also would like to point out that when we talk about the BTEC, I believe is what it's called, as Ms. Simon pointed out, it's really important. Things are, in this digital age, you can't run a school district without having digital literacy in the equipment, in the skills, in the technology, in the coaching. It's critical. So I think it's important that people don't look at any of that as an add-on. It's not. It's what we need to teach our kids in 2025. I would also like to add that, yes, it's expensive. It is. I think it's only going to get more expensive. I think kicking the can down the road is a mistake. I think we will pay dearly if we do that. These projects don't happen quickly, and even if we were to pass this tonight and send it to the voters and the voters pass it, it's still years away from actually being built. And if we don't do that, the price tag will go up. I am a school administrator. I've worked in many high schools. I've worked in Wakefield High School. I spent over 5 years in North Reading High School. I've spent many years in Woburn High School. The buildings matter. It does. It matters for the educational experience for both the kids and for the educators. We have incredibly talented teachers in Burlington. We need to retain them, and we need to keep attracting more and more educators. The setting that they come to every day does matter. And I think when we look at this for the community, and I've spent a lot of time here, we have dance recitals and concerts and community events. And I love this building. I went to school here, but it's time. It's time to do this over. It's time to build new. It is not accessible. I spent 6 months in this building on crutches going up and down those ramps and nearly killing myself. It's time. It's been decades. And I really would urge people to pass this tonight and to think about the community and the kids that are coming up. My kids won't benefit from this school, but I think this is really important for the kids in this community. Thank you.
Mr. Marchese, is that you up the back?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate you recognizing me, Steve Marchese, Precinct 3. I'd like to start off by, first of all, thanking a town meeting member here tonight. My son and I were desperately seeking an answer as to why it took a month for a truck to get leaded. And now I found out why it took a month. Mr. DeBona was spending all his time down here checking out the school and making sure that we had good information, and I thank you for that. Thank you. My questions are, I got a couple of questions here. Number one is, yes, I understand that we need to do something with the school. As a contractor, I mention to my customers all the time, you need to renovate your irrigation system as opposed to piecemealing it. So I understand all of that. But going with what's going on, and Mr. Foss, to your point that you said that 60% of the taxes in Burlington are paid by the commercial sector, I don't know if you've taken the privilege to drive around Burlington lately and taken a look at the commercial sector, but the commercial sector is on the decline. Buildings are empty. You're going to hear very soon that one of the prestige commercial builders in Burlington is going to ask to knock down a commercial building and put up a massive condo complex. Probably because the commercial sectors are not rejuvenating. If anybody knows this story, there was a commercial building on Burlington Woods that was vacant for years and was sold to Northeastern University at a significant loss. And it's now off the tax scrolls. So I think what we need to do is kind of be a little cautious about saying, yes, commercial sector is helping us pay the bills. And if they start to decline anymore, how much of a tax shift? To Mr. Davidson is, my question to Ways and Means, has the Ways and Means Committee taken into account all of these projects? In other words, we're going for a debt exclusion override for the high school. We're going to have to go for a debt exclusion override for our share of the Shawshene Tech School. Will that happen? I'm sorry, Mr. Davidson, go on.
Someone from Ways and Means can comment on that? Mr. Parsons?
Thank you. Ed Parsons, Precinct 6, Vice Chair of Ways and Means. We just don't know. Just ballparking it, I do think it would eat into a significant portion of our excess capacity. That would be on our share of the Shawshene project, but it is a very much smaller project than the one we're considering today.
What I was looking to get at is that I understand the need to do it. My situation is, when you say it's only going to be $1,200 a year just for the high school, but we all know that there's going to be a significant tax shift over to the residents, and I'm just a little cautious about that. With my statement about some of the commercial buildings, have we explored the possibility, Mr. Davidson, of going off campus and purchasing a vacant commercial building and shifting our school administration and BCAT and that to another facility that, and then just expanding into the vacancies that we may have with that? Has that been explored?
Sorry, I stepped out for a minute. I was waiting for the Myrna money. She hasn't called for it yet. Not yet, but what we did explore as far as purchasing a building was one of the options that the building committee looked at was buying a building instead of building space. And it was going to be more expensive, even at the decreased cost by the time you retrofitted it and so forth, and you're taking any of that off of the tax rolls, so that's also an issue we consider. I know that we have empty space in town, but it would be, going out and finding space the size of that building. It's fairly full with things that we have to use. So,
Mr. Moderator, again, I thank you for recognizing my last question that I will ask. Why are we rushing this right now? Why could this not have waited till the July town meeting, voted it then, and then let it go to the voters at the April town meeting? Why do we have to shift now and then kick in another, $30,000 or $45,000 for a special election? Thank you very much.
Mr. Davison?
hello, through the moderator, I would just say that I guess you could call it rushing, but this is the point we're at in the process. This is the point we're at after the feasibility study. We finished the initial design phase, and it's time to go into the final design phase if it gets approved. What we're trying to do is avoid the cost of waiting, which there is an escalation cost, and all of our bids would go up. As I said earlier, that's the anticipated rate. I mean, the normal thing that you talk about is a 5% annual escalation. So if you put it off 5 months, then that's much more money than the $45,000 we're going to end up asking for the special election. And it also kind of kills some momentum. So it's not like we're trying to sneak it in. It's just where it came and where it happened to keep the thing flowing. We've used all of the $1.5 million by this point, and so it's time to start moving on to the next thing, or just putting it on a shelf for a while and waiting till it comes around to, you know, what I would say is kind of an arbitrary date to save $45,000, but we're going to spend a lot more money than that to wait.
Is that Miss Asher with her hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kate Asher, Precinct 4. I'm voting for this, and I'm not going to repeat the reasons pro. I just wanted to add something new. And this has to do with the context that the kids getting the high school education are in. When I started college, I paid $50 a semester at my community college. Kids are facing, I think, a time when this may be the last formal education they get is their high school education. It is so expensive out there. And so I just say equip them as best we can with that high school education being the best that it can be, both for the folks that have to stop then, because in my opinion, it's almost indentured servitude, some of the debt that they have to incur to move on, and for the kids who can move on, give them the best ability to qualify for scholarships or tuition coverage. And that's what an improved facility would do.
Mr. Cormier, then we'll get to Mr. Boyven.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Cormier, Precinct 6. I've sat here, you know, through this, all the discussion and comments and everything else, and it really is deja vu for me. Probably about 15 plus years ago, many of you probably weren't even here, we had this exact same scenario play out with the new kindergarten center. Right, wrong, or indifferent, same thing, debt exclusion, all the same arguments and issues were brought up back then as well. Almost identical to what I'm hearing tonight. First, I'd like to say thank you very much for the committees, because sitting on the new memorial school building committee, I know the type of hours and dedication that everyone has put into this. And I don't want everyone in this auditorium to feel that it was to waste, because, again, had the same exact thing happen with the kindergarten center. Back then, we spent a lot of time, a good amount of money as well, and the town voted it down because they didn't feel it was the right, you know, the right program. I personally agree with it. I know there are still others in this auditorium that don't, but be that as it may, we got a brand new memorial school building out of it, total renovation of the middle school, Marshall Simons, and all without a debt exclusion. Surprise, surprise. It just disappeared. But at the time, we were absolutely convinced there's no way we're going to be able to do any of these projects without a debt exclusion. Yet it happened. I'm not saying we're not going to be able to do the same thing, but it is so eerily similar. A lot of people were very uncomfortable with the project at the time. They didn't feel it was right for the town. Again, be that as it may, agree, disagree. But the similarities are just eerily familiar to me. So my concern is that as a community, obviously we all want the best for the kids as far as an education through this town. They didn't suffer any as far as I was concerned, because my kids were going through the system when we built a new memorial school, and there were a multitude of other issues with Fox Hill, Pine Glen. I mean, the list could go on and on. Our children did perfectly fine, because quite frankly, and we've said this before with the last argument on the kindergarten center, it's not the building that's going to make your child more intelligent. It's not the building that's going to make them smarter if it's new or not new. It's the person in front of the head of the classroom, the teacher, that's going to sit there and educate your child to the best of their ability, so they will become a well-rounded and educated child. So I don't want people to sit there and try and make the argument that somehow a new classroom seat is going to make a child more intelligent. That's not the case. We're going to wind up getting through this one way or another as far as which way you want to vote up or down on this. We spent, again, a lot of money, went to a town vote, and ironically enough, 2/3 voted in favor of the project back then. It went to a town vote, and unfortunately, we just didn't have the pulse of the public at that time. 2/3 of the taxpayers voted it down. And as someone who, I also have to say this issue or this comment about how this particular debt exclusion is temporary, it's not temporary, folks. I mean, I'm never going to see the end of this tax. The reality of it is, and a good many of you in this auditorium aren't going to see the end of this tax. It is a lifetime tax for you, on top of the increases you're going to see every year. So I do take exception to this notion that somehow it's temporary. It's not temporary. So I'm torn between whether I want to vote for this or not, because in the one sense, I really don't think this is the right time, and I think there were other options. And all due respect to the committee, again, I've sat on the previous building committee. I sat on Ways and Means for a number of years. I know the dedication, the time, and the effort that everyone puts into this. So it's incredibly, infuriatingly, I can't imagine that it's just, a certain amount of anger that seeps in because you put that kind of time and effort into it, and I get it. But when you hear so many concerns about what's going on, it just really doesn't seem to me as though this is something that we should move forward to right now, even with the added costs involved. Again, same arguments as it was around 20 years ago. So I'm personally going to vote no. It wouldn't matter to me if it does go to the town, because I don't think the town has the stomach for it right now. We have spent an exorbitant amount of money in our infrastructure, so it's not as if this town isn't doing what they need to do in the way of a new Fox Hill, a new fire department not too long ago, police department, DPW. The list goes on and on and on. We have spent a lot of money on this town, so we're not, by any stretch of the imagination, we're not ignoring our responsibilities to make sure that this community is well taken care of. So I don't want people to think that because of this particular project, if people vote it down, that somehow they're not, interested in making sure that our, taxes or our property values are going to go down or up. Again, I'm not going to see that value, because the reality is it's probably going to go to my kids. So I'm not going to see that added value when people talk about their property values and everything going up. Reality is I'm not going to see that.
John, could we kind of wrap it up, please?
I want to say just please vote as you will, but I don't like this project. I just don't think it's the right thing for this community at this time.
Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson has moved the question, and it's been seconded. Requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving the question, please stand. Come on, make up your mind. Are you standing or are you sitting? Okay, thank you. All those opposed? It clearly is not a 2/3 majority. The motion is defeated. Let's go back to discussing. Does anyone have something that's new that hasn't been brought up yet? Mr. Boyven. I'm letting everyone speak. We're still discussing. Come on. Mr. Boyven, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. DeBona. Bill Boyven, Precinct 1. I'd like to make 3 points here. This has been an excellent discussion, and I'm hearing a lot of things that I hadn't thought of myself. This is really good. But the first point I want to make is this is the largest single dollar warrant article in the
history of the town of Burlington. So I certainly understand the hesitation that people have with respect to the impact it will have on their tax levels. I appreciate the work of the building committee and the school committee, the architects, to come up with what in their opinion is the best solution, given all the input, all the technical input, all the community input, all the educational input. This is what they've come up with, and we have to go a decision on that. I especially appreciate the town administrators for looking into a suggestion that I made about tax exemptions that, perhaps similar to what was proposed with the previous applications, and the fact that they did come up with a list here tonight of all the possible exemptions, and as Mr. Denizio said, they plan to continue to look into possible other exemptions that might be creatable. So that is, I think, helpful considering the magnitude of this proposal. The second point I wanted to make was this so-called Center of Education is not totally independent of the education of the students. The students in this high school have opportunities to learn at these particular businesses or articles that are existing in that Center for Education. They can do internships and study in BCAT. Instead of just learning broadcasting in a classroom, they can actually go to a functioning broadcast, TV broadcast company and learn how it really works. They can go to the preschool if they're considering education as their career. They can actually go to the preschool right down the hall and have some opportunity to learn in those types of internships. They could probably do the same with BTech and learn IT. So that is not completely independent. If you go and move those to another part of the town, that opportunity is no longer existing. That is a real benefit, I think, to having them on site. And the third point I wanted to make is that I appreciate Mr. DeBona's hands-on effort to make his own assessment of the ADA compatibility of this facility. But I find it hard to believe that ADA compliance was mishandled by experts that have already examined it. And, bringing it up today when there were numerous public hearings and, open public meetings that this issue could have been brought up. Perhaps Mr. DeBona can share his data with architects in future public meetings to have them, maybe you can lessen the ADA costs if possible, if your data is correct. So with those points, I appreciate the time to make those points, and I plan to vote very strongly in favor. Thank you.
Mr. DiTucci.
Dan DiTucci, Precinct 6. When I came here tonight, the questions that I was going to ask for Dr. Conti, which have been answered already, is in the denial note, like when you apply for a loan and you have a local business and you get refused, there's always a reason why you get the denial. And I wasn't sure whether or not it was either because they've given us enough money over the last few years for some of our school improvements, or whether or not because the town of Burlington's got so much money they don't know what to do with it, or it had to do with enrollment. So I kind of heard back and forth. It looks to me like the problem here is we didn't get any money from the School Business Authority, and we're not used to that. It's not that we didn't get the money for a K Center, an $8 million school, but we didn't get the money here for a $333 million school. To prolong this anymore, I think would be wrong. Maybe after the second or maybe third year of getting a decline, somebody might have said maybe to our state elected officials, should we just sit by the sideline and wait year after year after year after year? Because, sooner or later, we wish that we had brought this before a town meeting, brought before the elected officials, maybe after the third year. Somebody could have said, I talked to people in the state, we show you, because they show enrollment figures now for 10, 20 years, which I think is BS. but they should at least have said to us, this is the best time to do it right now. Even though you don't think you can afford it, do it now. Maybe 3 years after, 7 years ago, we should have done this project. But that's the only thing that upsets me about the project, is that we're not getting a dime for the most expensive school project that we've ever seen, and probably one of the most expensive schools in the state. Not the most, but pretty close to the most people are spending on high schools at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Callahan.
Hi, Adrienne Callahan, Precinct 7. I just have a few questions from people that have emailed me that I feel like I owe it to them to ask in public. Number one, I had a few people email me about their senior parents and just worried about them being able to afford the tax increase and blah, blah, blah. So I just want to clarify, you said that there is a program for seniors to be able to be exempt from this. Is that true? Deferred, okay.
Microphone.
That actually, that needs to be answered by someone from Town Hall. Mr. Denizio,
Thank
can
you.
you
I was
handle
going
this
to say
question?
someone who's qualified to answer this should answer that. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There's a flyer up back that outlines the programs and qualification requirements of all the exemption programs that exist today. So Anna Maria is holding it up right there. If anybody wants to know what the qualification income limits or asset limitations are, or what the amount of the exemption is, those are the ones that are statutorily approved and that the town has accepted them.
Okay, and then my other question is you keep saying that the amount of money that we can't go over it. So if things happen along the way that cost more money, what happens? Do we cut things that we wanted that were originally in the plan? Like, how does that work?
You're our project manager.
Can I speak? So what occurs over the next 15 months, assuming we take the project forward, is we do something called detailed design, and then 60% documents, 90% documents, 100% documents. And at each of those milestones, we do an estimate with our construction manager and an independent third party. So the design is kind of changing, right, and getting more detailed. And then what happens is we have a number of contingencies that are built into the budget that become part of the cost, okay? But and so it shifts from contingency to actual scope. Having said that, if the estimate comes in over, so say we are at $340 million at the end of DD, we, with the committee and the CM and the designers, have to do a value engineering exercise where you effectively need to eliminate scope or make different decisions on, say, finishes, which encapsulates a whole host of things. But we will need to lower the number to come in under the approved amount.
So, yeah, so you would cut things out that had been
Correct.
originally planned. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does answer my
Okay.
question, yep. And then just a comment, I came here tonight knowing that we needed a new high school and I wanted to vote yes on it. But I also have so many reservations on it that I just also heard from residents that emailed me. Number one, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if there were other bids on this project. From what I understand, there weren't. Number two, I have reservations that we are the only high school in the state that is not getting state money, and I feel like that's a failure of the school committee. And then I also feel upset that this is not the best plan for us, and we have to pay for it anyways. And that's what I also don't think that we owe it to go to a vote to the town, because I think the people in this town trust the body that's here to make right decisions, and I think that we're all capable of that. So that's what I had to say about that. Thank you for taking my comments.
Dr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to take a couple minutes to talk about the MSBA process because I'm not sure it was explained particularly well. The MSBA, the community of Burlington has actually been very successful with the MSBA grant program. We've had 3 schools enter into the grant program and have brought in, again, about $50 million into the community to help support those schools. The MSBA doesn't care whether you apply once, 10, 7, 50 times for a project. Every year is a brand new year for the MSBA. So they look at a bunch of different factors. The MSBA actually rates every school in the Commonwealth for utilization, condition, and so they have their own rating system, and they've been out to visit all of our schools here in Burlington. So it's a very defined process. We have made it to the second phase with this high school. During one of the years of our applications, we had the MSBA board out to Burlington High School. We hosted them. Again, they commented that an accelerated repair is not appropriate for this building, that we need basically a core program overhaul. And again, even though we made it to that second round, we weren't approved that year either. We applied the following year, and there's no memory of loss before. I don't want to say it's an apolitical process because there's probably politics in everything, but the MSBA is run from the treasurer's office, and they're very careful, again, about making sure that they're evaluating and distributing the funds across the entire Commonwealth. And again, I do want to end where I started. Burlington has been very successful. The school committee has been very successful with the MSBA in terms of awarding 3 projects to this community in over 15 years. So that's a success story, not a failure of the school committee. In terms of bids, the construction management at risk process, there were pre-qualifications of a bunch of different construction companies, and I think we ended up interviewing 6, roughly 5 companies. So there was a competitive process for this project in terms of getting different bids here. The estimates that you're seeing are made by the construction company that we've hired, as well as an independent estimator as well. So again, it was a competitive process.
I got a point of information over here. What's up? From whom? What's the point of information?
May be improper, but I just have a question to somebody.
Yeah, it is improper.
If a question of a piece of information that might be relevant, is that worth bringing up? Basically, I've been sitting here thinking, what happens if? What happens if we vote yes, and then the town votes no? What happens then? Versus, what if somebody here says, we vote to postpone? Then does that free us up for a possible time certain? Because it looks like the committees have worked the price down. It seems like, I get the feeling we're all unhappy because it's such a hard question and there are so many points. But I want to see that we don't kill it so that it's gone forever. And I don't know if there's any way that we can avoid that happening.
Mrs. Monaco.
So your question is, what happens if we postpone?
Versus what happens if we vote yes and then the town votes it down. I'm thinking of the CPA.
I understand. So if the town votes it down, we're back to square one. But if we don't pass this tonight, we're also back to square one. By postponing it, we lose all of our funding. We can't keep working with our architect, our OPM, and our contractor. We've had for over 2 years the $1.5 million, and we took a long time because there were so many different options, and there was, should we build on the varsity field, and no, that really didn't sit well, and should we put the varsity field in the middle of the building, and no, that didn't sit well. And this is a very complex project, and I have to say I am beyond impressed with both the OPM and the architect, because to come up with the plan they came up with is way beyond what we ever could have expected. This is a fabulous plan. However, we have no more money, Millie. If this dies tonight, we have no money to keep them. If they hang out and don't get work somewhere else, which is very unlikely because I know they're moving on to Lexington. So the correct answer is, if you postpone, you kill the project.
Mr. Glantz. Yes, Ms. Callahan. Please, microphone.
Oh, sorry. Adrienne Callahan, Precinct 7. Can you just clarify, did you get 5 bids? Is that what you said? Dr. Conti?
So when it comes to the team, the building committee first did a competitive procurement for the OPM, and then we helped them with a competitive procurement for the design team, and then we did a process to hire a CM at risk that you actually need to get an application approved by the AIG to do that, and we received 6 qualifications. We received ultimately 5 bids, and those were all ranked. We interviewed all those firms, and the committee selected Consibley.
Mr. Glantz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nolan Glantz, Precinct 1. I've been thinking a lot about as I've watched this debate tonight, and a few thoughts I wanted to share. My kids are older, so I'm not going to benefit in terms of I've got kids who are going to go through this. And it's really just about taxes versus benefit for the town, short-term and long-term. And part of the way I think about this is, all of these buildings were built mostly in the 60s and 70s, and people back then paid a lot of money paying forward to our kids and so forth, got a benefit of that. But it's been a long time since we've had to pay for any of those kinds of buildings, and instead of us continuing to put money away because eventually we're going to need new buildings in 10, 20, 30 years, we've been having very, very low economic impact on us because we've been able to ride out the benefit from that investment that the prior generation had made. And looked up on the rates, and we've got among the lowest tax rate of any town in the surrounding area, and which is great. We've done a great job managing the economics, and I fear that some people want to keep it that way regardless of the impact on the future of the town. And I fear that, I know there's a lot of talk about if we trigger the need to bring the building up to code. I, for one, want the building to be up to code. I don't like it being that there's no sprinklers and that the design is so bad and all these things. But if we trigger the need to do it, and that costs as much as the current project, and we get no new space, no educational benefit, the same current crappy layout for the same amount of money, I think that's terrible. And part of what I'm hearing is really, I think, just some of the comments earlier, just creating uncertainty and doubt. Oh, maybe we won't have to trigger it. Maybe I measured it, and maybe it's not going. Maybe we get a waiver. And I, for one, trust the experts more than a tape measure out there. And so, I'm definitely voting yes. And
I think that we really, really need this to move forward, because we're going to be back here in 2 years in real trouble if we don't. Thank you.
Ms. Antoon.
Thank you. Michelle Huntoon, Precinct 1. This will come as no surprise, but I'm going to ask all of you to vote yes on this. I am strongly in favor of this project for so many reasons, and a lot of people have shared some of those reasons, but I just want to dive in a little to some of these reasons that the no's have. First, I'm going to just add a little information. My daughter does go to BECC, so those of you talking about, the value add of that building, my family personally experiences it. She is not on an IEP, so we're actually one of the families that pays tuition to the school for her to attend. And we are very happy with the curriculum, with the teachers. The facilities aren't great for 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds. I mean, when I went to her orientation, she was really excited to show me the full-size toilets and that they have little stools that she can use to hop up on them, but it's not ideal. The walls don't go all the way up to the ceiling. It's a bit distracting. I mean, I was there for back to school night. I was distracted by hearing the teachers next door talking to those parents. So there are improvements that can be made to those facilities. But this is a huge project. This is a whole project. And people who are playing armchair quarterback, trying to carve pieces out of it, trying to pick apart ADA compliance, architecture, accounting, construction management, none of those are my wheelhouse. And I'm not going to pretend they are. And I'm not going to sit here and Google and try to tell people who are professionals how to do those jobs. I'm not an educator. I can sit here and say that these kids need adequate, facilities for their education. They need windows in the classrooms. They need working Bunsen burners. They don't have those. I'm not a teacher. Take that for what you will. But we, as a town, have elected people, and put people on committees and hired people who do have this expertise and who can give us this information. And either you think they're doing a good job or you do something about it. But voting this project down is not the way to prove your point. Now, there are people who are saying this project's rushed. It's been 2 years in the making. It's been a long time coming before that. We have over 10 years of applications to the MSBA because the town knows, the school committee has known, that this project needs to be done. I think Doug, put it beautifully by saying that we have a problem. This is a solution. This is the opportunity. And any delays that people cause with your no vote, with a town no vote, because it has to go through more than just us, is $700,000 a month. So saying, oh, well, let's stall a bit and see if we can cut a corner here or cut a corner there, you're costing us more money. And beyond that, if we kill the project now, we're looking at an HVAC system that is end of life. It could go at any time, but let's say it goes in the next 5 to 10 years. We're forced to deal with this project and this spending. There is no avoiding it. There's no escaping it. You might not be happy with this design and this specific project. I mean, it wasn't my first choice either. The building committee listened. They listened to the abutters. They crossed out the designs that, were my first choices, because they've taken this feedback. And when you go into any kind of negotiation, I'll take it from what actually is my area of expertise, everyone walks away a little bit disappointed because you have to find the middle ground and you have to find the compromise. And that's what they have put in all this work to do. So this is where we are. This is our opportunity. And if we pass it up, if you're talking about caring about our seniors and caring about spending and caring about people's budgets, I would rather lock in a tax increase of $1,100 a year now than wait 5 years for the HVAC to go and have to pay twice as much a year. You're kicking the can down the road and you're saying you're worried about spending money. You're going to cost everyone more. This is the time to do it. Delaying costs more. So I want everyone here to vote yes. I think it is the right thing for the town. I come into any town government things with the expectation of all of you that I have in myself that we actually are all volunteering our time because we care about what's best for this town. Take a step back, look at the big picture. Whatever your concern is, spending, if it's disruption to the students, because these are the same students that started school during COVID, what kind of disruption is it going to be if the HVAC goes when they're at this high school? What kind of disruption are we looking at then when we don't have a design and we're reacting to a catastrophic failure of the systems of the school, and we have to put kids in modulars out in the parking lot? What, you really think you're saving them anything because, oh no, they started during COVID, that was terrible? Yeah, it was. It would be terrible to put them in modulars in the parking lot. So every point that is being made opposing this, there's an extremely logical counterpoint. And there's a lot of common sense and there's a lot of information we've been given that I think people really need to sit back and think about. You're asking these questions, you're getting answers. You're getting very reasonable, great explanations, these answers. You know, and again, delaying is not the answer. If you are on the fence, someone did say if you're on the fence, vote no. No, no, no. If you're on the fence, vote yes, and let your constituents decide. If you can't decide, if you don't know how to make that decision, let them decide. Let the residents vote. Am I confident that they're going to vote yes? No, I have no idea. But let's see what they do. Wherever you stand on it, I know we all want what's best for this town. Look at the big picture, make your decision that way, and if you can't, leave it to your neighbors. It's going to impact them. Thank you.
Point of order.
Bill Boyven, Precinct 1. I realize that the normal procedure is to hear from town meeting members prior to members of the public, but there's members of the public who showed up tonight expecting to be heard tonight, and they may not have the ability to come at a future meeting when this is obviously going to be continued. Is it possible to hear from some of them this evening? Thank you.
Mr. Boyven, I already mentioned that earlier on. I am going to stick to the rules that we have to run this process. If I bend to allow people to, other people to speak out of turn, I'm putting my thumb on the scale and I'm not going to do it. Yes, all right. Come on, we're getting back to what we've been doing. That Ms. Wang back there?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Zi Wang from Prison 5. I actually haven't made a decision to say yes or no yet. Hopefully I make a decision in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I think, yeah, our town do need new high school, and but on the other hand, if I'm thinking I'm going to pay like $200 a month for the next 25 years, and 2 of my boys, neither of them going to benefit from this. And as a matter of fact, they both are going to suffer through all the construction, you know, in the next 4 years. But I still kind of leaning towards yes. A little bit uneasy because there are certain details of this project that really bothers me. And for example, I'll give you one example that for those of you who's really into sustainability issues, you probably watched the school committee meeting. They chose air source heat pump over geothermal only because it's a little bit cheaper. And then it can easily pass this body, and not really thinking about that geothermal. Well, I'm sure a lot of you already know geothermal is at least twice more efficient. So long run, it actually benefit the town, benefit the school. It just how they come to the decision, it kind of bother me, make me feel like I can't really just say yes to this article. So I'm still thinking. I just want to make this comment, let you guys know that I'm for the project, but on the other hand, just how they come to the conclusion or the decision, it really bothers me. Thank you.
Is there someone on the team who can answer that as to why they went with? Mr. Davison.
Check. Thank you for the question. I would say that when we voted on that, we had a table, and it had ground source heat pump, which is the geothermal. It had air source heat pump. It had all the way down, I can't remember all the choices, but to conventional boilers, basically. And we had the price, and then we had the replacement price in 20 years. We had the cost to operate over 30 years. We included any grants that were available or expected to be available to offset the cost. And for the life of those pieces of equipment, the air source heat pump was cheaper. Some of that came down to the actual cost of financing the equipment, because we're bonding it for 25 years. The geothermal is much more expensive up front, and yes, you do have savings over years, but it didn't keep up with, because you had to bond that equipment, the savings that you had was still cost more money at the end of 20 years and at 30 years than the air source heat pump. The air source heat pump is efficient enough that it outperformed everything but the ground source, and it ended up being the cheapest because of savings. It's the second most expensive to install, but the savings outperformed everything but the geothermal, and the extra cost of installing the geothermal didn't make up for that. So we tried to go with what was financially the best, because we tried to keep the price down.
Follow-ups?
C1, person 5, follow-up questions. So you're talking about you're looking at 25, 30 years, and as far as I know, it could geothermal could go for like 50, 60 years without any problem. Did we look at it even like for long run, how much we're saving? And did you actually have the figure, like a breakdown, like to show us at some point, or put it on the website?
Through the moderator, yes, it is on the website, and we used experts to tell us what the operating cost and what the life of the equipment was, and when things needed to be replaced and when they would need to be upgraded. So it was a total evaluation of the system, and it wasn't biased in any way. We were looking at what's the cost, and we looked at grants that are available that we would likely be available. So it was just purely, and some of the grants went away. We have a new administration, and some of the grants went away. Some of the federal grants are not available, but there are state grants that are available, and we included those.
Because I assume the high school, the new high school will last hopefully another 50, 60 years, right?
Right.
So say if we have 60 years, by the end of 60 years, what's the difference? Do you remember, or roughly estimation?
We didn't go to 60 years. I believe we went to 20 or 30.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and and that's a small portion, but I'm just telling you, we chose it because it was a little more economical to go with the air source.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. It happened, I don't know, last spring, so it was quite a while ago.
Ms. Angelo.
Patty Angelo, Precinct 5. Thank you for acknowledging me. I haven't been able to keep up with my knitting because my hand has been up for so long.
I'm sorry to have inconvenienced you, Pat.
Okay. At the last town meeting, I asked how much our taxes were going to go up, and they said, on the average house, around $300 a year. Well, I have an average Cape. Mine went up $440. Now, nobody has said, and I want the answer to this question, how much are the taxes going to go up when Foxtail and the police station kick in? Somebody has to have an approximate number.
Mr. Davison, you have an approximate number?
Again, through the moderator, I can give you an approximate, and now I see John Denizio coming through, but I believe it was $450 when those two are fully bonded.
Is that police station in Fox Hill?
Yes.
So I can look it up, but it was about $150 and $200, so I think it's $350.
Nope, $330.
Correct. When it's all fully borrowed. That's an estimate. That could be $337, could be $353, but that's around what it is.
You just saved them $150.
Okay, hello. So if you're saying, 350, 400, based on what the figure I got for in May, I can probably figure it's going to go up $500 to $700. So add that on to the $1,200. We may be looking at a $2,000 a year increase in our taxes. I mean, that's a killer for anybody. People have said they're on a fixed income. Some of them who said they're on fixed income have partners. I'm on fixed income. I don't have a partner. Don't want one. Nobody would want me anyhow, so I don't care. But I mean, the thing is, $2,000 is a heck of a lot of money for even people who have two people in their family working. And young people, and I've had people contact me when I've been working on the street, asking how they can vote. They haven't voted in a town election, which means they didn't even vote for me, but they're looking for me for information. I went down to the town clerk's office to see how they can get an absentee ballot because they're that interested in voting on this if it comes to a vote here. People are concerned about this. This is a big hit for us, and I don't want to hear anymore about we're paying less taxes than surrounding towns. I don't give a damn what they're paying in other towns. I only care what I'm paying in this town.
Did I hear a move the question?
Someone yelled it out.
Go ahead, Mike, what's up?
Mike Prue, Precinct 4. Move the question.
I'm glad we didn't take that away from you, Mike. Okay, there's been a motion to move the question. Has it been seconded? Second. What? Point of information?
Liz DeTucci, Precinct 6. If we move the question, can the community members who came still speak?
No. It's our basic rules, Liz. Move the question, we move the question. Mr. Glantz, what's your question?
Give me a second, I'm sorry.
Point of information. I was reading on Robert's rules. It ends debate, but comment is different than debate. So they could be commenting, but not part of a debate. That's a distinction in Robert's rules as far as I'm reading.
I don't think I'm going to make that distinction, Mr. Glantz. We're still commenting and debating. It all sounds the same to me. Anyway, the question has been moved. All those in favor of moving the question, please stand. Thank you. All those who wish to continue the debate. The motion fails, and we're continuing the debate. Mr. Hartling.
Chris Hartling, Precinct 3. I told my wife I'd be home at 9:30.
I've told my wife that same thing now and then, Mike.
So I kind of feel like we're doomed to, this is just going to keep going. So I'm just going to make a couple of observations, ask a question that is a question that I have. And I would encourage everybody to have some respect for the other side of the conversation. Townwide elections are about social media and access to social media and who you talk to at the soccer field versus at the senior center. They're not about facts, analysis, and discourse. So I'm really not in a rush for another townwide election to decide something this important. If you're a yes, then you're not concerned about how you're going to afford this particular plan. I respect that. It's a fact. That's why you're for it, because you're really not concerned about that aspect of it. The people that are a no, nobody's going to sit here and say they don't want a kid to be able to get up and down the hall in a wheelchair. Nobody's going to say that. If you're a no, you're probably concerned about the money. And you may have the question of, we have no plan, and then we have a $337 million plan. So from somebody with a 25-year history of supporting the schools, from somebody who understands that property values do have a relationship with the quality of the education and where kids are going every day, my question would be, how energetically, and the committee that you have that spent a lot of time on this, nobody is taking anything away from that group as well. That entire group, there's one non-school related stakeholder in that group. I would encourage, if this gets to another level, you would have more quote-unquote town-side stakeholders at the meeting in the conversation, raising their hands saying, is there something in between 0 and 337 million? So my question is, how energetically was, with detail, how energetically was a overhaul/rehab plan evaluated, and who evaluated those plans?
Mrs. Bond, please.
Oh, there it worked. So there were over 25 community members who were on this committee, right? And we had 15 choices that we looked at that were presented to us, including renovating. And we talked about them all in detail as a group, you know, meeting after meeting after meeting, and we discussed why we were eliminating certain things, and I think you heard why we felt that, you know, just renovating the building as it is was a challenge, and it was not the best option, as you say, financially, if you're looking at it based on what a ad reno would be and what it would be to just renovate. Those numbers were up there. We looked at options, like we said, to look at something across the street and purchase another building and renovate that building. We looked at options, we had 2 options where we were gonna build on the football field. We had options where we were going to do something similar to AR8. So we had many options that we were looking at. And we had discussion. We even had a student in there representing and listening and put his input in as well. So it wasn't something that we just, you know, washed away and said, you know, we don't want to look at it. We discussed it meeting after meeting until we finally decided that we had to eliminate that. And we moved on, and that's how the process went. We would eliminate certain options that just didn't seem they were feasible. Either it was too much money, or it just didn't fit the needs, or it was going to be too disruptive. I mean, all kinds of reasons behind it. And finally, again, listening to the community at different community meetings, the abutters who came, all of that took place, and we got where we are today. So we're here now because that's what the best option was based on the experts that we have with TAPE and with Doran Whittier and this school committee representation, the building committee. We didn't take it lightly. You know, we had Ways and Means input. You know, you know, what do you think the cheapest option would have been? I mean, there's nothing out there that really satisfied the needs of this community, the needs of our students, the needs of the teachers. We just wanted to put something out there that we thought would be the best for the community based on all the input that we had from people who attended the meetings and who came to the community meetings. So.
Dr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Harling, the high school building committee is a little bit different than the Fox Hill Building Committee. So the Fox Hill Building Committee, because it was an MSBA project and there was going to be state money, there's an empowerment from the state through the treasurer's office to appoint a building committee which makes those decisions. So there would be non-resident members of the building committee who are voting on that. MSBA is a very formulaic process as well. So if they're looking at a high school for 1,100 students, they would tell you how large your auditorium can be, and it would be smaller than this auditorium. They would say you're only allowed one gymnasium if you're going to get state reimbursement. If you wanted to add a second, that would be all local dollars on there. So what we tried to do is take advantage of not being in an MSBA project to maximize the features of this building that would be sort of larger than the MSBA would have allowed. But because we weren't MSBA, all of the financial aspects were voted by the school committee alone. So there were no non-elected, non-Burlington folks on the high school project because it was a non-MSBA project who voted on these. So I think one of your points was, were there sort of residents who were voting on the project? Again, there were non-residents who were involved in writing the high school program. We had teachers, we had the principal, we had some students involved, but the ultimate votes on the choice, the project, and the cost was made by the school committee, so only Burlington elected officials made that decision.
Ms. Bond.
I also wanted to add that we had working groups as well. So it wasn't just the 25 people who were on our committee. There were actually working groups that we pulled in with teachers, students. We had a feasibility group. I mean, each of them sat down in weekly meetings or biweekly meetings, and we discussed what the needs were. You know, needs, wants, the shoot for the sky, and then, okay, that's not, going to be feasible. It's not going to be cost effective. So again, it was not just the committee. It was people from the whole community. It was, like I said, teachers, students, our different working groups, and that's all that fed into this decision.
Mr. Davison.
I'm not sure that any of that quite answered your question, but I don't know how to define how much energy was put into it. If it's the number of four-letter words I used in the hall with some of the experts and Terry, the OPM, or the challenges of why can't you do it this way, or are you sure, and when does this trigger, and what if we up the value of the high school? It's only valued at whatever it's valued at, and so it was challenged quite a bit. And why can't we renovate? I will promise you, I went onto that committee fully anticipating that I wanted to just renovate the high school, do the minimum possible, and that wasn't feasible. I'm just.
Okay, we have a student on the building committee I will recognize.
All right, hi, my name is Zachary Titus. I'm a junior at Burlington High School, and I'm the student representative on the Burlington High School Building Committee. Not only have I seen firsthand what it looks like, I mean on a day-to-day perspective, students with crutches struggling to go through the hallways, as well as windowless science classrooms. That's something I experience pretty much every year of my high school career. But I've also been able to sit in through all of these meetings and watch the truly community-driven pursuit of a project, which I believe that this one is, and I believe that's what this is most effective. So, yeah.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn has been made and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, raise your hand. All those opposed, motion fails. Let's keep going. Ms. Saltman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Myrna Saltman, Precinct 2. I'm still awake, so I guess I got to speak. I'm a numbers person. I come from a Revere. We were full of bookies, you know, the horse track, the dog track. I haven't heard anyone tell me how many students are coming along for the future 20 years that are going to fill up whatever school we're going to build. The numbers, where are they, okay? And I'm tired, it's late, and I'm gonna miss Jimmy Kimmel at this rate, so, you know. My more important question is, for all the years that the school committee submitted a request to the MSBA and was turned down, I don't remember hearing reasons why, although, you know, the student population wasn't big enough. But the Boston Globe had a big front page article a couple of months ago comparing new high schools being built and what the costs are and who's getting reimbursed. And at the very end of the article, they mentioned why requests are turned down. And this was shocking to me. If you were going to put a swimming pool in your high school, no. If you're going to put an ice skating rink in your high school, no. There were a couple of other reasons given, but the last one was the killer to me. If the school administration offices are in the high school building, they don't honor the request. So maybe if the architect and the committee and everyone else can rethink, maybe just moving the school administration offices elsewhere and re-asking for the MSBA, maybe we would get it, probably not. But I really need to know how many kids are in kindergarten now, how many are going to be there in 8 years, 10, 12 years? Do we really going to have the population? People aren't having babies anymore. Maybe you haven't noticed. It's declining, especially older people, I can guarantee you that one, all right? But the point is, we do have a declining school-age population. So what's going to fill up this school? And lastly, I'll say, I would rather the whole town had a chance to vote on it in April and not spend $45,000 on a special one-shot deal November 15th. Thank you.
Go ahead. We have a response coming over here.
Can you, yeah. Just an answer to your question about that Boston Globe article, which I am well familiar with. You are not precluded from having a swimming pool, having an ice rink, including your district offices. The state won't give you any money for it. You will end up paying for that. So most communities deem not to do ice rinks if they already have rinks in their community or swimming pools. But I can tell you, I live in West Newbury. We built a new high school. The towns funded the renovation of the district offices that were on the campus. They didn't receive any state money for it, but they paid for it through their taxes. So I just want to make sure that you understand that it doesn't mean that you're not eligible for the MSBA program. It's just elements of what you want to do won't be reimbursed. Does that make sense? And then on enrollment, I'm going to turn that to Dr. Conti.
Dr. Conti, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As we tried to state at the beginning, we're following the MSBA process, even though we're not in the MSBA grant cycle, and that requires us to have a 20-year enrollment projection done, which we did. And so, Ms. Solomon, we did project out 20 years, and looking at those numbers and putting in for some potential additional capacity, given some of the changes in zoning and the development that's happening. The building committee recommended building a high school for 1,100 students, and we felt that would give us capacity today and then give us some opportunity for growth over the next 20 to 30 years.
Yes, ma'am, right here.
Hi, Nancy Bonacera, Precinct 4. It's been a long night. I think most of us probably know what we're going to vote. But before we do that and move the question or adjourn, I would really like to hear from members of the public. We've been talking about hearing from our community. We have some people here right now. Could we please hear from them? Thank you.
Well, tell town meeting members to stop wanting to talk. Yes, over here.
Thank you. Bill Lozano, Precinct 4. As many of you know, I'm an educator in town. Crazy enough, I actually married an educator, so we're both teachers at Fox Hill. With that said, I think the tax burden is a real, legitimate concern of many people in the town, including myself. Timing is everything. I think it is a huge ask for the town to say, fund a police station, fund Fox Hill, and ask for this money. I don't blame people that are supporting this, but I do totally understand that I would say a pretty large tax increase over the next several years is a reason to question whether this project is worth it or not. I'm assuming that most people that do support this project are going to have no problem affording the tax increase. I would guess that's a fact. With that said, I know there are exemptions and deferments and all that stuff. If this does pass and this does go to a townwide vote, I would think that it is our absolute duty to the entire public of Burlington to make sure that everybody is well aware of the tax exemptions and deferments, if possible. I know as a Precinct 4 town meeting member, I would do my best to make sure that that residents in Precinct 4 know about the exemptions. I think that is such a huge part of this. Again, I just want to publicly declare my frustration with the timing. I think it is a huge ask for, and I've been saying this at Fox Hill meetings and at these meetings, that I think the town planning leaves something to be desired. To ask for 3 huge budget projects within a year and a half long, duration, to me is a lot. And that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Verstacci, is that your hand that's up there?
Yes. What happened here? Oh. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joanne Fristacci, Precinct 3. I hate surprises, so please don't anybody ever name me from a podium again without my knowing it. Thanks. I was mentioned in the beginning presentation, which surprised me, that's all. But to move on, I hear the BECC talked about a lot, and I'm really glad, because those are the most disabled kids, and they really have a lot of needs, and they certainly shouldn't be sitting on toilets for adults. I have a lot of constituents who have had negative reactions to this project, and one of the issues is people seem to be aware that the lease is up for Mount Hope in 2030, which is, I think, approximately a year after the Center for Education would be being renovated. And some people have informed me that there was a letter sent from the board, the select board, to the school committee asking if Mount Hope would be a possibility for the BECC and admin, and offering it as a possibility. So when you want to get this passed in a townwide vote, those are the kinds of people who are going to be voting no, because, a $65 million expenditure for something that might have been able to be easily accommodated in an already
already enabled for preschool school building is a sticking point for them. And then also to point out that that 65 million is actually more than the entire police station costs. And then, now that I've said that, I do have one worry about the enrollment. I checked the DESE website today, and it says that we have 1,019 students, and that's 2025 data. Could you clarify that, Dr. Conti? And given that, it really worries me that this building is going to be planned for 1,100, but would it have the capacity for more than 1,100? If, I mean, that's a very tiny margin between 950 or 1019 and 1,100. Thank you.
Dr. Conti, please.
Mr. Verstacci, I have to look at the data that you looked at. Sometimes the DESE, the Department of Ed, will talk about the kids under a roof. So if they add the 100 or so, 100 and so preschoolers as students in the high school, then that might change the enrollment. So I just would need to see the table. Sometimes it'll say pre-K and then 9 through 12. So that might be the number.
Yes, it does say high school, not just high school.
Right. So again, that would be the difference. I think we have, Mark, 900 and something, 960.
Yeah, we have 960, and that includes lab students and others, so we're roughly we have 960 students today, probably 40 lab students, other kids who aren't Burlington high school students. We're probably right around 940, 930, something like that, high school students.
So that's who's here today. 1,100 seem to give us some room for growth. Can we fit more than 1,100? If we have to, we'll fit more than 1,100. Could we fit 2,000 kids again? The answer is no, but we're not projecting that type of growth, certainly in the next 30 years.
Motion to adjourn is on the floor. All those in favor of adjourning? All those opposed? Motion fails. We'll keep going. Town meeting members, yes. Ms. Warren. Oh, no, my neighbor, sorry, Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Patricia O'Brien, Precinct 2. I have a couple of comments and then a question and a request. I want to remind people that participation in politics is often reserved for the privileged, and so it's no surprise to me that there are resounding yeses in our community, but what I want to do is I want to speak for the people who are no's. I appreciate Town Meeting Member Chris Hartling's positioning of the yeses and no's. It made it pretty clear that no one's really against this and no one's really for this. People's ability to pay their property tax is based on their income, not on their assessed property value. My house has happily tripled or quadrupled, and my income has not even doubled. My ability to pay is going to be seriously compromised. We all know that our property taxes in total have increased over the past 5 years. According to Google AI, it's about $1,000. The tax office tells me that's not accurate, so I'm just going to use it because it feels about right to me. I also am pretty concerned about the fact that there's a landscape coming to us in the next few years that we can't anticipate and we don't know. We don't really know the impact of the federal reimbursements or the state reimbursements for many of the services that we enjoy in this community. And if they aren't met, we'll want to meet them, and that'll be on the taxpayer. That'll be local property taxes that fill the gap. So we're not asking residents to consider one project. We're asking them to consider this project and a lot of unknowns for people's personal situations and for our community's obligations to the services we provide. Having said that, I believe in the growth that town meeting member Doug Davison mentioned, but my question to Ways and Means is, while we think about growth to help subsidize increased costs and capital expenditures, is there really a mechanism to funnel what we say yes to offset the cost of something like this? So that it's a legitimate question that I have that I hope somebody can answer, because I do think as a body we need to consider what we're doing in the future. Facetiously, I said to town meeting member Davison, can we zero, can we flat budget for the next 20 years? And of course we can't. But can we make a commitment to our residents who can't afford this kind of increase? Can we make a commitment to them that we as a body understand the impact on individual residents? I mean, I know people are debating whether they're going to be able to save money for their kids' college. There's going to be a senior sitting at the table going, not going to buy that med this year because I got to pay taxes. These are real scenarios. Do I think the kids deserve the best? Absolutely. But these are the scenarios that are playing in my mind, where we're asking residents, neighbors, to forego basic needs so that we can build a better high school. If we decide to do that, as a body, we must do better. We must ease the burden somewhere. And my request is finally to the fellow town meeting members from capital budgets, if individuals, despite the fact that there can't be a formal vote, if individuals could let us know their opinions about this request, that would be helpful. Thank you.
You want me to respond?
This poor gentleman who's going to break his arm all the way up at the back.
Hi, I'm John Tucci. I live at 2 Martin Street in Burlington. Been a resident here for about 21 years. Just a couple of things. You know, I'm not a town committee member. I am a builder. I am a designer architect. So I have experience. Some of my first experience was doing K through 12, coming right out of college. And some people mentioned, you know, working with professionals and what is a professional? Well, what I've seen, what's been proposed, wasn't, it's hard for the community and talking to other community members for them to kind of understand what has been proposed. I think the design is taking the easy way out as far as the overall circumference of the parking lot around the building and kind of conforming the buildings to that shape. And I know there were other sites explored, but I was wondering if a soils engineer was involved with the other field opposite the playing field of the varsity field. I know that's a wet area, but I was wondering if a soils engineer was involved with that. One of the first people to get up here was talking about 21st century education, what that entails. Well, in our age coming forward in the next 25, 50 years, it's basically, you know, Wi-Fi, wireless technology, AI. So we have a structure. The structure houses, you know, what the students need, and that can be, you know, retrofitted. I think people are for the project, but not necessarily what's been presented. So there was a lot of work done in 2 years, but I don't think from talking to other community members, they don't get a full understanding of what's been presented as far as the design.
Mr. Tucci, please limit your comments to what you think, not what some unknown people have maybe commented, please.
Yeah, so, and as far as what Mr. DeBona was talking about with handicapped accessibility, the state is more susceptible to be giving into leniencies. And I don't think a lot of people want that. But if we take this, for example, this auditorium, this is handicapped accessible, this aisle. This aisle is wide enough. If you go to a movie theater, that's kind of what you have. It sits 1,000 people, and you could fit 2 or 3 people here, 5 people there for handicapped accessibility. So you can retrofit the building to meet those needs. Whether we want to do that, that's neither here or there. I think most people want to build the new project for the students and to meet those needs. But the building can be retrofitted, and retrofitting is, an expense, whether it's higher or lower. But I don't know that that's been, just like the architect was questioned, did he kind of file any of those leniencies? That's probably too early in the process to do any of that until you explored how you were going to retrofit the building in length. But that's probably why I wouldn't be for this project, because I don't agree with the design. I realized there was a lot of work, but I think the failure was in the work that was done in the oversight of the building committee and the overall design.
Thank you. Point of information, what do you want, Mr. DeBona?
Thank you, Jeff DeBona, Precinct 3. So the measurements I've made have been referenced multiple times, and some people saying accusatory of maybe I'm wrong, maybe we need to go to the experts. So could we get a point of information of what measurements were received by the committee to determine that they did not meet ADA?
We're not going there, Mr. DeBona. We have opinions from the architect.
That's what I'm asking for, is the opinion. What numbers did they get?
Fine. Dr. Conti, please.
Not my area, so please forgive if I'm naming something incorrectly, but I know the first step, once the designer came on, was to, Chris, what do you use, the laser mapping, that you mapped the entire building, and that takes it down to a pretty finite place. So, Mr. DeBona, I think they laser mapped the entire outside and inside and the walls and the hallways and everything else as a part of the project. So I think they did take a lot of measurements, and like I said, if I'm using building terms incorrectly, I apologize.
Go ahead, please.
Hey, Chris from Tappe Architects again. So the building was laser measured. That produces an accuracy beyond 1/8 of an inch accuracy in millions and millions of data points that then we create a model from. We then analyzed the model and determined that the ramps, even though you can measure it with a tape measure and get close, if your 29.5 inches that you measured is off by 3/4 of an inch, you're out of compliance. And I don't know where you measured from or how you took your measurements. We can go through that all day long, but let me just offer 2 more clarity points. Accessibility is not just about the ramps. Gentleman up here mentioned the aisles up here are wide enough. Can't debate that. These aisles right here are not. This is not a handicap accessible pathway to the front of the auditorium. The spirit of the ADA code is that you provide seating and access to all available seatings with people ability, same access to all the areas. So you need seats up front that are handicap accessible. So we need to understand that. It is true.
Excuse me.
Okay.
You don't have the floor.
Okay.
This gentleman is speaking.
And then the other thing is relative to the second floors. Those are not handicap accessible one from the other. So if a student wants to get from second floor in one hall, they have to go find the elevator, go down to the first floor, up ramps or down ramps, go to the elevator, go up to the floor they need to go to, and then communicate into those wings. So you've got not only an issue on the first floor with ramps and, maybe Some of them are perfect and maybe some of them are not. I don't know if you measured every single ramp in the building. Our model shows that we've got problems, and we're attempting to address that through this process. And then the last bit is that we're also not just talking about ADA that forces compliance. The existing building code that was referenced a minute ago has the 3 different levels of alterations. This project, even if you just did HVAC, electrical, lighting, plumbing, fire protection, you're touching more than 50% of the building, which pushes you into the level 3 alteration, which requires you to comply with new construction code. And so those are the compliance methods that we're forced to obligated as licensed professionals in this state. We've been hired as that for this project, and we're making that advice to this project, and that's what's driven the decision. So,
thank you. Yes, you have a question over here.
Melissa Hazy, I live at 3 Sumter Road. I wanted to speak tonight and felt this was really important for me to attend because I have very young children and I live in this town. My husband and I bought in this town back in 2019, and we are becoming aware of some of the situations with the schools, but I'm not going to benefit from this for years and years and years. My kids are not even in elementary school yet. That said, we cannot let the children of this community lose out on the experiences that an updated school will give them. Robotics, STEM, science. If you saw those science labs, functional or not, and you were not embarrassed, we should have a different conversation. Right? Our children need to live in the future. We are doing them a disservice if we do not prepare them for the world they are going to live in, which is computers, which is big data, which is AI. It is computers, it is computer-based learning, and it is something that this building is not going to give them. I actually haven't been up here since I moved to town because my kids aren't of age. We don't do a lot of things up here. But I'm embarrassed, guys. This is not what a high school in a town like Burlington can be. We can do better. We should do better. And they've given us an option that does all of the legwork to land on the best available. I think somebody earlier said, if anyone is truly happy with it, something has gone wrong. In a situation like this, there are gives and takes in all aspects, but we need to move forward. Respectfully, y'all have had 50 years to get to this point. We are here now because too much delay has happened. That number is probably $100,000 higher than it would have been 10 years ago. Respectfully, the time for delay is over. We need to move forward.
Mr. Bell.
Roger Bell, Precinct 6. Mr. Moderator, please move the question.
Motion has been made to move the question. We shall give this another try. All those in favor of moving the question, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? It's a clear 2/3 majority wishes to move the question. We are going to go straight to a roll call on this. If I didn't, someone would be asking for it anyway. So,
Somebody's not called, they didn't sign in.
are we all set? I'm ready. Okay, Precinct 1. Mimi Bix Island. Good. I'm sorry. Did we wake you up? I'm sorry. You said a yes. Yes, I did. Thank you.
No, I'm trying, guys. Hold on. I'm trying. She's working on it. It's gotta close the PowerPoint out.
Okay. William Boyven. Yes. Christopher Campbell.
Yes.
Lori Glantz.
Yes.
Nolan Glantz.
Yes.
Jamie Greitzer. Jamie? Gone. Michael Hardy.
Yes.
Michelle Huntoon.
Yes.
Florence Leone. Bruce Morey.
Yes.
Shannon Robinson.
Yes.
Maureen Ryan.
Yes.
Adam Sinesi.
No.
Dina Wassaf.
Yes.
David Wadilla.
Yes.
Jorge Andrade.
Yes.
Catherine Byer.
Yes.
Kevin Colucci. Kevin? Doug Davison.
Yes.
TJ Flynn.
Yes.
Kristen Murphy Currier. Patricia O'Brien. Michelle Papano. George Papianis.
Yes.
Cynthia Phillips. Myrna Saltman. Kimberly Trainer. Sean.
I apologize.
Sean Connors. Jeffrey DeBona.
No.
Richard DeBona. Joanne Fristacci. Whoops,
She's not signed in.
he's not signed in. Come on, Joanne, how long have you been town meeting member? And you didn't sign in? You're abstaining, all right. Christopher Hartling. Was that Chris? No. Sharon Laurie. Steve Marchese. Melinda Meyer. Steve Moran. Mildred Nash. Paul Noonan.
Hold on. You skipped somebody. Hold on. Mary Jean is missing.
Who?
Mary Jean, is she not on your list? No, she's not on the list. There should be open seat.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, if mine's out of order then, I apologize.
So we haven't gotten there yet. Paul Noonan is where we're at.
We'll get there.
My apologies.
Hey, hold on. I'll get there.
Order. Calm down.
Hold on.
Calm down.
Fixed.
Mary Jean is in the open seat on my list. So I will get to her in about 2 seconds, okay?
I fixed it.
All right. Paul Noonan.
Not signed in.
Mary Jean Lucas. Monty Pearson. Brian Pupa. Dan Rasky. Oh, no, he's not here. Never mind. Roger Riggs. Martha Simon? Robert Young? Kate Asher? Nancy Bonacera? Karen Cooper? Mark Gerbrands? Christine Kim? William Lusano? Tamara Maniscalco? David Miller online?
Yes.
Thank you, David. Frank Monaco? Laura Nichols? Becky Norum? Michael Prue? Wayne Root? Kevin Spielberger? Christine Warren? Chiffon Wong? Pat Angelo? Craig Callahan? Thomas Carlson? Christine Concession? Mark Donahue? Aaron Ellis? Carl Foss? William Gaffney? Christopher Murphy? Phyllis Neufeld? Bonnie Nichols? Michelle Prendergast? Alex Rutfield? David Tate? Frank Orsino? Z. Wang? Richard Wing? Sarah Walensky? Roger Bell? Jason Brooks? Anthony Clark? Brian Clement? Dan Collins? John Cormier? Matthew DeNaro? Daniel DiTucci? Elizabeth DiTucci? Daniel DiTucci Jr.? Corey Everett? James Fraxick? John Eiler? Gary Caskey? Blaze Lieber? Rose Manny? Ed Parsons? Joseph Busa? Adrian Callahan? Was that a yes? Julie Cullen? Betsey Hughes? Kenneth Iannuzzi, excuse me, Kenneth. Is that a yes? Cynthia Kasanjian? No, not here. Jack Kelly? Neil Espacio? Ryan McSheffrey? Kerry Riley? Ronald Riley? Jonathan Sachs? Anthony Salamone? Paul Schwartzman? Mark Smuckler? David Van Camp? David Webb? Mark Woods? All right.
Mr. Noonan and Mrs. Fasacci, if you could please come to the podium to sign in. They didn't hear me, huh? Can I have your attention, please? I need Mr. Noonan and Ms. Fasacci to come and sign in. They did not sign in this evening. You didn't sign in either? Sign in. Did you get counted, Bob?
No, I didn't.
Bob or Louise did not.
Am I voting now? Get the sign up, Bob. I did.
He said no. He said see you.
My pencil stuff still, not yours. Not gonna steal yours. Thank you. There being 77 in favor, 29 opposed, the motion carries. So shall we move on to Article 4? I need a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? Good night. Thank you.